Hi, everybody.
Let's go.
Hi, everybody. We're back. It's been so long. Hi, welcome to CitizenCon 2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. If you're in Hall A, let me hear you scream.
What?
If you're in Hall B, let me hear you scream. I'm going to take this off. Here, George. Come on, dude. That's George. Say hi to George. All right, you didn't see George. Welcome to CitizenCon 2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. We are live from Manchester Central here in beautiful, sunny Manchester, United Kingdom. This is the, 11th CitizenCon? 10th CitizenCon? I should have counted beforehand. Basically, we're back. It's our first since we returned last year in Los Angeles. We've got a tremendous show for you. I'm sorry about the countdown thing there. This is the biggest CitizenCon we've ever done, and as one might expect, it took us a little longer to get things going than we expected. But we're ready to start. We're approximately 20 to 25 minutes from the show start, so we are not going to make our 11 o'clock on the dot start time, but you can guess about 20, 25 minutes. So we do got some stuff here. So what is CitizenCon? Anybody? You can't see them. There's a bunch of people down here below me. What's CitizenCon? Nothing. Ships? It's more than ships. Grand vehicles too? Okay, we're not talking to that guy anymore. CitizenCon is our annual showcase of all the work our developers are doing for both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. It's also a chance for Star Citizens to come from around the globe and gather much as they're doing here. Let's take a look across the field here. I'm going to get out of frame here. Let's take a look at the field. Look at that. This is our hangar bay of the UEES Barbary. Here, now, every CitizenCon, we theme our Hall B, our Expo Hall, to one thing or another. In 2019, it was themed for Grimhex. And last year, it was themed for Pyro. This year, the UEE's in town celebrating Citizen Day, and we'll learn more about Citizen Day later in the thing. So what's on the agenda for this year? Well, CitizenCon, like it was last year, is now a two-day event. So we have a whole host of presentations today and then a whole host of presentations tomorrow. We're going to run them down now and let you know a little bit about what you can expect. So in about 15, 20, 25 minutes, I can't be specific with you at this point. Chris Roberts is going to take the stage and kick off CitizenCon proper. We're just the pre-show here where we like to have fun. After Chris Roberts takes the stage, we are starting with Brave New Worlds. Now that is our core technology and Star Engine Group's presentation. You might remember that they kicked off last year's presentation with that amazing Star Engine trailer that was like 25 minutes long or something. We don't have a 25-minute long trailer today, but we do have a chock-full 90-minute approximately presentation of their new Genesis system, which is a subsystem within Star Engine that will let us build planets at the size, scale, and scope that we've always dreamed of. So you can check that out at the start of the day. After that, we've got a social universe. Now, this is the sleeper presentation of the entire thing. Now, we were a little cagey in the description on the website about what this is. You know, it's everybody getting together and playing with your friends and stuff like this, but I'll just say it's the sequel to a presentation we did approximately 10 years ago at CitizenCon. And if you want to look back at what we did back then, you can probably guess what it's about. Folks that are in large groups of people will want to pay attention to this one. After that, we're going to take a lunch break because this is a very long day and, you know, we all need to take a break here. That's your chance to get your snacks, get your food, say goodbye to your loved ones because the second half of the day, you are not going to want to be anywhere else but in your seat. Because when we come back, we've got that cosplay contest sponsored by Tobii Eye Tracker and then Dressed to Kill. Now, Dressed to Kill is also a sequel to a presentation we did in 2019 about armor specializations and basically bringing high function to high fashion in the universe. And then, as we said in our summary on the website, the return of an old friend from CitizenCon past. Yes, Virginia, it's true. What you've guessed on Reddit, it's here. And then finally, Beyond Pyro, where I promised on SCL just a few short weeks ago that there's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. Well, guess what? There's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. We're all beyond 4.0 this year. All right, I'm going to need you to do better with your cues there. We're going to look beyond pyro to what comes next. And then we're going to take a short 15-minute break after that, let everybody recharge. And then there's something on the schedule that is currently redacted. I'm not allowed to tell you what that is, but I'm going to tell you guys watching at home the same thing I told everybody out front when they were waiting to get in. Do not let any force on this earth stop you from being in your seat when whatever that is happens at the end of the day. And then on day 2, we come back tomorrow with a look at crafting your home. That's a look at base building, which we first introduced at last year's CitizenCon, and the new crafting system. The crafting system that aims to dynamically change the face of all life in Star Citizen. There's a reason it's kicking off day 2. You're not going to want to miss that. Then Captains of Ministry, that's replacing our general Ship Talk 2054. Is that what year it is? 940? Yeah. George is saying yes. Replaces our generic Ship Talk segment with a presentation dedicated to the ships and vehicles that will make crafting and base building possible, with the return, with a revisit of an old friend that hasn't made its appearance in the Persistent universe yet, but it's getting a big blow up before it does. So you're gonna want to check that out. And then, well, if I can be honest, we got a tight zoom. You got a tight zoom? Yeah. Let me talk to you here. The Star's my destination. Star Citizen Alpha 1.0. If you're an old school sci-fi head like me, you'll recognize that title. This is perhaps, and you know me, I'm not the one to hype. I'm not generally prone to hyperbole. I'm always like cautious. I'm like, well, you know, it might be this, might be that. I'm going to tell you right now, the most important presentation we've ever done at CitizenCon. Mark it, be there for it tomorrow. Now, that's enough for me. We're going to throw it down to Dan, down on the floor of the hangar here, and we're actually going to explore a little of what's here in the UEES Barbary. Dan, are you there?
Thank you, Jared. Welcome back to CitizenCon 2954. My name is Dan Haubrick. I'm the community producer here at Cloud Imperium Games, welcoming you all back to Manchester, home of the previous CitizenCon 2949. Although unlike then, things look a little bit different than they did before. That's right, as Jared said, gone is the grit and grime of Grimhex, and now we have the spick and span floors of a UEES Bengal-class ship. That's right, we are aboard the UEES Barbary, just locked in orbit above Manchester. That's right, this entire CitizenCon is themed and brought to you by the UEE Navy. Why, you may ask? Well, you'll just have to keep watching to find out. Now, if you're looking at the screen going, who's that handsome man I'm looking at? You probably have a different tab open. So I'll give you guys a quick second to get to Twitch or YouTube and get to the right tab. Make sure you're watching the stream and make sure you're watching our content. I know, it's a disappointment to me too, but I'm told that eventually you get over my face and voice and everything about me. But in case you don't, this year I'm joined by Manchester's very own Sam Haley as my co-host here on the show floor at CitizenCon. Sam Haley is one of our QA supervisors here at the Manchester studio. She also has some impressive street cred. She was the pilot of the Carrick in the 2949 CitizenCon demo, and I literally found this out yesterday. She's also the voice of the ASOP terminal. So we'll make sure that you guys get to meet Sam later today as we're going through. Now, I know Jared just went over this a moment ago, but if you're like me and you can't listen to a man in his, I don't know, mid-80s ramble on about how the sky used to be blue and dial-up used to be a thing, let me explain what we're doing here. I'm here on the show floor at CitizenCon here to show you guys the awesome stuff we have for those of you who are at home and aren't able to attend. So we want to make sure that you guys feel as though you're not missing out. So come follow me and we're going to check out some cool stuff here on the show floor right now. To my immediate left, we have the Voyager Bar. If you guys are here at CitizenCon and are looking for some refreshments, look no further than the Voyager Bar. As you can see, we have some impressive refreshments based on our in-game drink manufacturers. We have some awesome flags. We have some awesome pennants. I don't know how well they're going to pick up, but we also have some amazing 3D torpedo burrito dancing Garmin Humble stuff in the background. If you guys are looking for a drink here at CitizenCon, look no further than the Voyager Bar. I'm sure we're going to see some of our developers here around 4 p.m. Probably closer to 3 p.m. They're going to be here any second. It's been a long couple of weeks, so we'll give them some privacy and we're going to move right on. Also to my left, we have our Monster Tech Sim Pit. If you guys are looking to experience Star Citizen in a way that you've never experienced before while you're here at CitizenCon, then the Monster Tech Sim Pit is a great place to be. Using our VKB sponsored joysticks, these are awesome places to check out Arena Commander and Star Citizen in real D4D. Now over here, come follow me. We're just going, excuse me guys. Come follow me. Now over here we have our community booth section. We're going to be visiting the community booth section a bunch during CitizenCon, so I'm not going to get into too much detail now. But as you can see, all of our community booths are themed after in-game cargo container manufacturers. We have Anvil, we have Argo, we got RSI, we got Kovalex, we got MISC. All of these containers are filled with orgs and booths that signed up to be part of our community booths. There's some awesome stuff. Like I said, we're going to be going there a little later today, so I'm not going to get into too much detail right now. But there's some awesome stuff there, filled with groups that make the verse a more immersive, impressive, inclusive place to be. Excited to check them out later. Come follow me. As you can see right here, we have our general lounge here at CitizenCon. If you guys are looking for a place to escape the humdrum and bits and bustle of the auditorium, the general lounge is a good place to hang your cap, sit down, and relax. It's also a good place for you guys to make new friends. You guys are here for a shared love of Star Citizen. So if you guys want to make new friends, feel free to grab a seat. Ask people what their favorite ships are, their favorite ship manufacturer, their favorite game feature that may or may not have an issue council report. And you guys will make friends for life here at CitizenCon, here at the General Lounge. And I know there's something that we haven't talked about. It's a pretty big thing. It's a pretty big deal. I know we've just been glossing over it. I think we finally should talk about it. I'm talking about, of course, the Addison Lounge. That's right, the Addison Lounge. If you are looking to sit down in comfort and style, the Addison Lounge is the place to go. We have our United Empire of Earth timeline. We have our UEE branding all over the place. It's a good place for, again, for you to hang your cap, sit down, relax, and enjoy the show. And I think that's it. I mean, Sam, I don't know where my co-host Sam is. Sam, hi, Sam. I don't think there's anything else that I'm missing on the show floor, right? I don't think there's any major stuff I glossed over, nothing big or exciting that I didn't talk about, right?
Dan, I know the most big thing in the room is your ego, but other than that, there is one thing you haven't mentioned yet.
Yeah, let's talk about the Hornet in the room, shall we? We have an amazing set piece here at CitizenCon this year. It is massive. It is the biggest thing that I think we've ever had on the show floor here at CitizenCon. It is absolutely impressive. It has some really great audio displays as well, if you guys were here earlier. I think, Sam, while I go powder my nose and make sure that I'm picture perfect, why don't you head on over there and give the people more information about the biggest and best set piece we have here at CitizenCon. Let's check out exactly what we're talking about, shall we?
Happily. Thanks, Dan. Let's go check this thing out.
Wow. Oh my God.
So, as you guys can see, we have a near life-size replica of the Hornet F7A Mark II.
This is so cool.
This thing was made for us by Mango Stone, and they spent 14 weeks putting this together.
Wow, 14
From
weeks.
6 weeks of concept, 8 weeks of build time. This thing was their biggest ever build, but they have built stuff for us before in the Manchester studio. Now, as you guys know, this is a medium fighter, so it packs a punch, but it is pretty quick. If you guys have flown the F-7Cs before, it's very similar. However, this thing, if you guys haven't seen the guns and the Gatlings on this thing, it's pretty powerful.
Wow.
Well, yes, this is my now second favorite Anvil ship. Dare I say it? And, you know, I haven't got to drop my cred yet, have I? Let's just... Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Yeah? Did I sound like me? Yeah? Good, good. Yeah, it has been delivered right here to Manchester, 200 miles away from Brighton, by our amazing guys at Magnum.
Is that a leak? For what?
This thing
No way.
was built with a huge steel spine structure, and there is a platform in the middle, steel platform, that they use to build the top details. Yep. If you guys don't get the chance to see this in person, just look at everybody's social media for the next 5 years. I'm pretty sure this is going to be people's profile pictures, cover photos, whatever it might be. So yeah, if you're at the event and you don't get a picture with this thing, I think you're missing out. So yes. Are we ready to head over? Brill, I think we're nearly ready for the first presentation. But before that, I'm going to hand you over to Jared. Jared, over to you.
Hi, Sam. Thanks, Sam. Look, there's Sam.
Hi.
And there's me. And there's Sam. There's me. Now, what Sam was far too humble to tell you is that she, as in her role in QA, has more flight hours on the Hornet than almost any person at CIG, which is why we gave her the wonderful introduction to the Hornet. So, and you might remember Sam from CitizenCon 2019. She flew the Carrack through the very first jump point to the very first visit at Pyro. So let's give Sam a round of applause, please. She was too humble to give her credentials herself. So now we are going to go into Hall A. Hall A is where the magic happens. It's where everybody needs to find their seat and get ready for the start of the show. So hey, if you're here in Hall B, let's all move over into Hall A. Because the sooner we all get in there, the sooner we can start the show. And the less I have to vamp like this. Everybody in Hall A. All right. So look, I'll show you how. Follow me. Do. Hey, what you got? Want to take a picture? Take a picture.
Oh, wait.
Oh, that way. There you go. Hi. Oh, you have a timer on it. I don't got that kind of time, man. Okay. You want to? Here, I'll take the picture. No, I'm a professional. Hold on.
Okay.
No, let go. Let go.
Wait,
Let go.
yeah.
Oh, you got a battery.
Yeah,
Let go.
I have to.
Here, I'll do it. So now you push the button.
Yep.
There you go. I'm a professional. Ready? Stand over there.
Yeah. Hey, I gonna be.
Okay, no, we're good. All right. Now we're gonna do two pictures. Ready? We're gonna go down low, like we're in a rap album.
But we can see our bellies then.
Well, okay, I'll do this. Good call. And then up high, like we're teenage girls. And then one that's really awkward. Ready?
Okay.
Yeah, how's that look? How's that look? All right. No problem, guys. All right, let's get into Hall A. Everybody in the Hall A. Everybody moving Hall A. Slice of pizza? What is that, just cheese?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Everybody in the hall. No, that's hot!
I know.
All right. Hall A, give it up for pizza!
Oh my god, that's so huge.
One of my favorite things about Star Citizen, we've got Big Benny's Noodles, we've got Torpedo Burrito, we've got Pips, and we've got pizza. Just pizza. Wow. There's a lot of you in here. This is the largest audience we've ever had for CitizenCon. 4,200 people, plus a bunch of employees, plus a bunch of crew members. Over 5,000 people in this room.
Whoa.
What, are you streaming?
No, I'm just videoing.
All right, well, hi, Mom. Oh, you're streaming. What are you doing?
I'm just recording, mate.
Are you just recording?
Yeah.
And there we go. Oh, what are you doing? You doing the same thing? All right, here, let me see. Thanks. All right. So, CitizenCon, who are you?
Martijn.
Martin?
Yes.
Where are you from, Martin?
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Yes.
I love the Netherlands. I don't remember most of it, though. Do you?
Yes.
All right. Must be different for visitors. Different priorities. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that on stream. Whose phone was this? There you go. There you go. All right. Let's go on. How much time do we got? Hold on, I got to put my headset on. How much time do I need to do this for? Where's Chris Roberts? Chris Roberts is here. Does he have his mic on? Okay. All right, sure. I mean, if that's what he wants. I apologize. You ready? I think I legitimately pulled a hammy. Oh, that thing is rock hard right now. Oh, you're gonna check out my shoes. Yeah. Donatello, Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael. Yeah. All right, so that's all I got, everybody. We're going to take a few short minutes. We're going to start the show. Chris Roberts, he's going to kick this thing off proper. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. You're going to love the show, everybody. Thanks.
Play Chad. Era comicio. Mission del design. Oh god. الفانجل. هذيك الفانجل. Hey Chris. لا كريس واو.
Hello, CitizenCon 2954. There's a lot more of you here than there were when we were here last year, 5 years ago. There was 1,200 people. There's almost 5,000 people in the building today, which is amazing. I'm so grateful. I know a whole bunch of you around that have come from around the world to visit the lovely, sunny Manchester. But inside here, there's going to be a lot of very cool stuff, although in this up-and-coming presentation, you may see a few things inspired by the Manchester weather. Anyway, so Like the first title of our first presentation, Brave New Worlds, we're on the cusp of a new era for Star Citizen because server meshing is finally a reality. People are making their first jumps to Pyro in Evocati testing right now, which is pretty awesome. We're going to have it out at the end of this year. So I think it was going to be a great new phase for Star Citizen. And over these next 2 days, we'll talk about the new tech and tools in Star Engine that will help us craft those worlds that you're going to be flying around to. And you'll hear about our plans beyond 4.0 and how we get towards Star Citizen 1.0, which is out of alpha and for everybody to play. And a little later this evening, I've got a special surprise for you, so you definitely want to stick around for the 5:30 show. Anyway, the team has worked really hard on the lead up to CitizenCon and this year to work on, first of all, what you've been playing in live, what you're going to be playing, what you're going to see here. So I'd like to thank them all for working extra hard and putting all their love and care, just like you guys love and care what we're building, into what we're doing. So thank them and you guys. And without me waffling on, I'd like to bring CIG's CTO, Benoit Bézageur. Did I say it right, Benoit? Yeah, okay, good. I'm always bad with French surnames. To the stage to start our journey into the future. So let's have a great show.
Hello! Bonjour, CitizenCon! Guten Tag, CitizenCon! Hola, CitizenCon! Ni hao, CitizenCon! And hello, Manchester.
Echo.
I'm not going to read this anymore. Cool. I am Benoit Beauséjour, or as some of you know me, I am Balt on Spectrum. Today, we will talk about Brave New Worlds. This is Pyro 2, Monox. It's a barren planet, not really habitable. Now, since the advance of our planet tech, we've always allowed players to circumnavigate planets and move from orbit to ground seamlessly, explore complex areas in intricate detail. Now, with server meshing, we're going to need a lot more locations for missions and destinations for more life. But there's a major question that has always followed this project since the beginning of Alpha 3.0. How are we going to make a large number of planets and systems? How are we going to meet the fidelity benchmark we've established? In this technology update, we bring life to lifelessness, even to Monox. We take the physical representation of the terrain, the geology, the atmosphere, the climate, and the environment to create accurate biomes that spring naturally from the collision of all these environments. Coherent, denser biomes that follow the laws of nature that we encode into data. Data that we then leverage to place flora and fauna, yes, but also settlements, buildings, alien and human life in a planetary context. This creates worlds that are scientifically plausible, richer in gameplay opportunities. We want you to find adventure just by going around the planets without a quantum point. We want you to find actions along your path. For this, we are changing how we made the game. We are scaling how we made the game in all areas. This is not just a Planet Tech update. This is a collection of systems that we call Genesis. Now, to help me explain all this nice work and this nice technology, let us kick us off. And I welcome our very own Ali Brown and Will Hine for Phase 1 of Genesis.
Let's go!
Hello, Star Citizen.
Yes, hello, CitizenCon.
Yeah. So let's start with some introductions. This guy over here is Will Hain, aka Water Guy or River Guy.
And this lovely gentleman is Ali Brown, pusher of Pixels Extraordinaire.
And we're here to tell you about Phase 1 of Genesis, which we're entitling The Laws of Nature. And this revolves around the fundamental approach we use to build our planet and is the literal foundation for everything else we're going to talk about in this talk today. Now, it centers on data-driven, physically-based rules that we aim to realistically emulate nature and its incredible diversity. Before we dive in a bit deeper, let's just recap on some of the things we already have on our planet. So here you can see our lovely atmosphere and our cloud rendering, which can provide some spectacular views. We have our on-the-fly terrain generation, which is no loading screens in our game, which we're very proud of. And then we have our scattering system that can populate these planets with many different diverse biomes. And we've been setting quality benchmarks for each of these biomes as we come across them one by one.
But what we have isn't perfect. This scene on Microtech, it looks great, but it's not getting the same density that you'd expect from a real pine forest. That's one of the things we want to solve. The other, if I take you to the other side of Microtech, you'd be excused if you thought we'd just turned around and looked at a different part of the forest. Why is that? Well, this is because currently our artists create slices of biomes in great number, and then they distribute them across the planet using humidity and temperature properties. Each slice looks great in isolation, as you've seen, as you've explored. But this is not the solution to give us varied and natural biomes across an entire planet. Additionally, just using humidity and temperature limits us to only 2 degrees of variation. And that's not enough for the sorts of planets and worlds that we want to create and for you to explore.
So how are we going to scale up our planet generation? Well, as I said before, we're going to start with physically based rules that drive everything. We want nothing to feel random on these planets. We want no limitations on the number of biomes. We want infinite biomes that are continuously changing across the planets. And we want extreme density, and we want to maintain or exceed all of the quality levels we've set with our existing biomes. And most importantly, we want it to be scalable so that we can really scale up to the level of content that the designers are expecting. And from your perspective, we want you to be able to truly explore and find unique playing opportunities everywhere on our planets. So to start this, we're going to need more data. So if we see here some of our existing data sets on our planets, we have temperature, which we define locally and globally, and humidity, and that's it for now. With Genesis, we add many other data sets, such as the geology type, the soil type, and then we also go for things like the soil depth and the quality and the nutrients, and many other properties all drive this complex data set that we use to build rule sets on that each individual asset can describe how it should work with them.
We're going to put something together and show you some demos today using some of the assets that you've already know and love in the PU. Although you might see some new stuff later, we'll save that. What you're going to see is a vertical slice of development. It's very early stages, very work in progress, you might see some bugs, but that means it's only going to get better, so be excited. The number one challenge with planets in our game is scale. In no other context do you need a planet to look great from first-person perspective when you're stood among the trees. You need it to look great when you're in a spaceship at a quantum marker miles away, and everywhere in between. There are no loading screens, you see everything. We cannot afford for it to look bad in any of those scenarios. So, let's start from a ground perspective. Demo number 1, let's have a look. So, how do we make that? Thank you, thank you. So, let's talk about first what's underneath it all. The ground! So, so, in our previous terrain shader, we just switched between different ground textures depending on climate and didn't really consider the unique properties of each type. Now, the terrain shader is based around 4 layers. We always first consider bedrock at the bottom of it all. Then, where appropriate, we add layers of soil of different types. We then add debris where appropriate, whether it be pine needles, dead leaves, etc. And then when it gets cold, we add snow. Each of these layers has unique shading properties and unique transitions between them. Because we do this all in one shader, we're able to achieve that as well as being performant. We can also use things like water saturation to darken and tint the soil and other properties to make it look more realistic. But that's not what filled most of the screen in that demo. That's the vegetation. Like what Ali said, we want to emulate the laws of nature. So in Genesis, we have rule sets for every asset that tells it how to respond to our rich data, whether it be soil type, water availability, temperature, geology, or whatever. We assess the viability and the vitality of each asset and compare them to decide what is likely to spawn in a natural environment. This automatically creates the cohesive environments that you saw in that clip. Not handcrafted anymore. No one has told those ferns and those pines to be like that. They each want to be like that. And that's what we're doing, multiple assets coming together to create a unique microbiome. What about trees then? Same thing. They have a larger requirement for space. They have a larger requirement for nutrients. That's how you see the distribution, and it's how it all works. Let's meet the flora that came together to make that forest, and have a look at some of their properties. Now, just to note, they are all going to look quite similar because we've already seen them in the same place, so they must be similar. So, building blocks, like grass and common grass, medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see as a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming our undergrowth. And we had pines, of course, and multiple variations of pines. Diversity is driven by competition. Everything has ideal conditions, which affects its competitiveness. We also have additional control over this in the form of dominance, which allows us to make one asset more competitive and more dominant than another, which is just what we see in nature. Everything is constantly fighting for resources and, of course, light. Because we spawn these assets in a hierarchy, it's easy to propagate shade data down over the distribution of the assets so that we can control ones that prefer or reject shade. Often, like these ferns, they can spawn in light, but they are outcompeted in those scenarios most of the time. So you will see a rogue fern, or a place where there's no seeds for a specific asset, you might start to get this coming in. Let's take a look from a larger perspective again.
So to take you through some of the things we saw in that clip, let's talk about rocks first. So anyone that's done a lot of ground driving and ground vehicles might have seen that our rocks sometimes feel a little bit randomly scattered, and it can be quite an obstacle sometimes. So in this clip, you saw that the rocks are no longer randomly scattered, and they're now placed based on physically based rule sets. And this logical grouping is achieved via erosion simulations, which we run offline to build localized data maps. And they describe the size of the aggregate and rocks and the density and where they should naturally form. And that means we get things like these natural clusters of boulders at the forest edge underneath the cliffside. And on that note, you might have noticed that the cliffs have been dramatically improved in how they shade. We also see things like the natural clumping of vegetation caused by seed dispersal. This is controlled per species, so we can get better emulation of their unique growth patterns and create a much more realistic environment. And we also calculate the slope aspect, which is the exposure to vegetation to solar radiation and other environmental factors. And this allows us different species to flourish in different conditions, as we can see on different sides of this valley. And over larger scale, we calculate the age and vitality of each tree individually to drive exactly how high they should be, but also the color of their leaves. Now, this isn't the only thing that will drive the color of the leaves. We're going to introduce the concept of seasons to the game. And this will mean our planets will evolve through the year, and we'll be able to shed leaves from trees and have the grass wither in winter.
Whoa, that's so cool. Seasons, wow.
So as you're starting to see, all these rules, all this data, it's all coming together to create what we call truly emergent biomes. Let's have one more look at how this varies over a much larger scale. Just like in real life, thank you. Just like in real life, our areas should vary, even by traveling a few kilometers. If you get in a helicopter and fly over the Alps, it all looks a bit snowy, but when you look closer, it's constantly changing. And we're now able to accurately represent that with our changing data. Another very important factor to mention is the distant look. In this screenshot, you don't see a single tree, and yet the terrain is still green. We previously did that with artist-made lookup tables that told the planet what color to be at what position. But that wasn't going to work with all our new data and our far more complex spawning. Now we have a systemic solution. The planet shader is able to intelligently evaluate what's going to spawn there using the same rule sets that cause the assets to spawn there when you get there. That means we can sample the sort of color that is going to project onto the orbital view and use it. We get a far better accuracy from the result. Together, by creating rules and authoring data that works, we create a continuously varying planet that sets the scene for the incredible exploration gameplay I know you guys are going to have. But how have we done this without compromising on performance?
So yeah, with all this new data sets and these physically based spawning rules, you're probably wondering, how is this going to handle in your CPU? We don't want to melt anyone's CPU, so we've redesigned all of this tech to work much more efficiently than before, and now it can run on many cores. This allows it to be run perfectly well on both the CPU and the GPU. So we've redesigned our framework so that we can run it at both and swap between them freely. Now, the benefit of this is we can do things like, first off, move the terrain system to the GPU, and we've now done that to get some incredible performance improvements, but we then also cache the results in something we call a virtual terrain texture. I'll give you a quick demo of this now. This is now vastly faster than the previous system, but it also allows us to generate the terrain in much higher resolution, which means all the popping you can see on the mountains as we're approaching, all of that should be completely eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen.
With the extra headroom we've gained by making our terrain system more efficient, we've been able to introduce some improvements, including high-resolution ground textures, proper blending between surface types, and, of course, better tiling. If you're familiar with any of our planets, we've taken off all the assets so you can see the issue, and now how it looks, you don't see those lines going at all.
Nice. It looks smooth.
And one more. With the terrain data cached on the GPU, like Ali said, we can perform the scattering there too, which is significantly faster. All those algorithms that we've used to generate those first bits can run there without being more expensive on your CPU. And it also means the results are directly there on the GPU. We can render straight from them. That allows us to have dramatically more density in our new system. We can render objects directly without having to go via the CPU every frame. We also cull at different levels of granularity, with bigger groups in the distance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration, this is the sort of density you can expect on Microtech today. And in a second, we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming tech. In a second, we're going to turn on the culling groups debug so you can see. These are the groups that we create of those trees and of the terrain. And as we get closer, we shrink them so we're more intelligently rendering what we need without having to assess each tree individually, all the way down to the ground.
So to recap some of the things you've seen here in phase one, we had data-driven rules based on physically based data, generating emergent biomes that continuously vary across our planets to get infinite possibilities. And we've achieved this with much greater density than before and much faster rendering. And we also achieved seamless transitions from ground to space with zero popping. So now that we've got all this tech, it's time to talk about how art might make use of this. So for that, I'll hand you to the next phase towards Sebastian Schroeder.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. No physical.
Thank you. Wow. Thank God there's only 20 of you, otherwise I'd be nervous. Right. Thanks for having me. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team, and we're very excited to finally show you some of the things we've been working on. As you've just seen from Will and Ali, the system keeps growing in both complexity and capability, so our libraries have to grow alongside it. Wait, should I click? No. No, I should click. Yeah, click. Oh, there we go. So, our goal with the content is to provide the content that the system needs to populate every corner of every planet with realistic environments. And this content is what this phase of Genesis is all about, emergent biomes. For our first example of today, it's almost a shame Will left because it's about moisture, but let's look at very high moisture and medium to high temperature.
Oh, this is so cool. Swamps. Oh, shit. This is, I am having Red Dead Redemption vibes. Oh, shoes. Tuxedo. Right?
Thanks, that did look really good. So, for swarms, we obviously made vegetation that feels at home in or near water. But before we dive in, allow me to give you a quick primer on our approach to authoring plants. Most species can survive in a fairly wide range of climate conditions, but will only thrive if the conditions are ideal. To support this concept, we author our vegetation assets to describe the full growth cycle of a species. If the conditions aren't ideal, they may not grow to full maturity or look their best, but the species can still exist. So let's have a closer look. For the water's edge, we made plants like this Alternatera and the iris. We also need the aquatic ones to float on the water surface, like the water lily or the pickerel weed. This willow and the one after, a Chinese tallow tree, while comfortable near water, we can also use to replace some of the more aged assets used to seeing elsewhere in the game. The last one, it's taking a bit longer now, but the last one, I'm gonna wait. The last one, you may not see used much in other biomes, but it's a very iconic one for the swamp, the bald cypress.
Oh, is that fish? That's some fish.
So another feature we need to make a swamp experience a proper one is water interaction. Over the last year or two, a lot of work has gone into improving the way our water reacts and renders. So naturally, we wanted to make a biome that highlights those advances. Let's have a brief look at what it's like being inside the swamp.
Oh, nice.
As you walk through or swim through the water, you may come across obstacles like logs or debris floating on the surface. They will react to the player character and can be pushed out of the way.
Yeah, it's pushing away the fly.
We were also pleasantly surprised when we first saw how the water simulation systemically affects assets floating on the water surface, making for some really immersive moments.
Oh, that's so cool.
Now, before I get to our second use case of the day, a quick disclaimer. Obviously, all the things you're seeing here today we're still actively working on, but this one in particular, it's a bit early in the process. So let's have a look at extreme object density next. With the data saying we should have high rainfall and sunlight year-round, it's the perfect condition for our next biome to appear.
Oh, jungles.
Considering everything you've just seen is still very much work in progress, the gameplay capture team really did a great job showing our work in the best possible light. With jungles, we wanted to explore the concept of vertical stratification, as they are the prime example for that. What it means is that you have horizontal layers of microbiomes defined by the species that thrives with the amount of sunlight and rain that still reaches there. The floor, herb and brush layer, we could almost do before, obviously missing the density. But now we also have the option to add variation to the tree layer by dynamically spawning epiphytes like lianas, orchids, or bromeliads, attached to trunks and canopies of other assets. With this and improved density is what will finally allow us to make convincing jungles. And the best part is, we don't even need a lot of different species to create what we refer to as a canvas of a biome. The idea being that we can vary what kind of forest you're in by adding or replacing the plants that visually stand out the most. Now, to get us started on our certification, we made EP files like the Epiprenum and the Bromeliad, including a version for your hab. Then obviously you need lianas for a jungle. And we also made the Grias, which add character to the herb and tree layer. For tall trees, we decided on a fairly generic rubber tree, as its different growth stages serve as a nice foundation for all height levels. And that's pretty much it, what we need to make a pretty good base for jungle. Now, for our third and last use case, let's pretend the data indicates regular rainfall and moderate temperatures. This climate would support a lot of different forests, but we also wanted to use this opportunity to explore extreme scale. And they're just really cool. Now, for this one, we first looked at the different redwood biomes on Earth and tried to analyze what the most defining species of them are. With this understanding, we then decided on the following plants to allow for a fairly universal redwood forest that will easily support variation across continents and planets. A fairly common family of species for the ground levels of all redwoods are ferns, in our case, the sword fern. We also made a huckleberry variant to provide some visual density for the shrub layer. To add some Jurassic vibes, we made tree ferns, as they can be found in New Zealand's redwood forests. The most important one, though, are obviously sequoias, and they ended up being one of our most complex sets yet. As it turns out, they can grow to be fairly ridiculous in size. It keeps going.
What the fuck? No way.
Now, one thing our game's foliage is sorely missing is the ability to properly react to what's happening around it. The goal here is to unify all forces from all sorry for the horrible rhyme, all forces from all sources, wind, characters and creatures, ships, explosions, and whatever else, and have the vegetation behave accordingly. Now, as part of our tech improvements, we will be implementing a GPU-based simulation that's fit for our game scale. For now, we've set up the ferns with our existing CPU-based one to better visualize what it will feel like to walk amongst those giants. Also, with the biomes on our planets now being defined by where an individual object wants to appear, you can expect a lot more happy accidents by having species invade different biomes, making for some unique locations, hopefully. Surely.
Hopefully, surely.
Now, before I get to disappear off stage, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody involved, especially my team in Frankfurt for doing such amazing work and being all around great people. And also to all of you guys. I really hope you have a fantastic CitizenCon. This concludes this phase of Genesis, so please welcome Ian to the stage so I can tell you all about the next one.
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon. All right. Those new planets and biomes were pretty, right? But it's time for phase-free civilization to give you some stuff to do. So, let's talk about location density. We've emulated nature as well as we can to make sure our planets are physically based and realistic, and our biomes are emergent. But it's time to start populating the verse, because where there's people, there are their lives and the structures they build. So it makes sense that whenever you go and explore these planets, that you find their lives. And what's even more important is that when we make these structures, that they use and they follow the same rules as our biomes, such as the jungles and the swamps. But before we continue, let's first take stock as to where we are now. At the moment in the verse, we have these custom, beautifully made locations, such as Ghost Hollow, we've got our distribution centers, or even just some outposts. And these have all been handcrafted by our designers and artists to hit that benchmark. And they've been working directly on the planet. However, going forward, this doesn't really scale with how we want to go forward with the game. Server meshing is about to arrive, and we're going to have a way higher player count. So those 73 bunkers across Stanton just won't cut it. But in general, it's also pretty barren. There's not much for you to explore and find stuff out there. So there's no exploration gameplay. You haven't really put your character to use for the way that you should. So this means we need to go bigger, which means we need to change our workflow. And with any workflow, means we need to first establish a new benchmark. So, with our new benchmark, we are ensuring quality and improve on our previous work and make it even better. And any location that you'll find needs to have its own unique personality and no repetition. We don't want you to find the same location twice. This also means that this is your exploration and your findings. So when you go out there and explore with your Carrack or with your Corsair, is that whatever you find, you can share with your orgs or with your friends. As for that density, if you fly down to the planet, we want you to find something, let's say, every 100 clicks. But also improve the mission experience. So when you stay more on the planet, you're more immersed and you go from location to location. Just keep going. So going forward, we are modularizing all our existing locations and assets. And we're basically making a library of buildings and layouts that we'll be using to no longer work directly on the planet. The neat thing, all these modules and assets can be iterated upon and tested right in the editor for all the designers and artists to ensure fun gameplay and interactive sandbox activity, and also make sure all the mission stuff is there. Basically, we're building a toolkit. So let's look at some of the things that we need to keep in mind as we are making that toolkit. First and foremost, we've got our art style and branding. We've got things like Frontier for our settlements. We've got high-tech for the emergency shelters, but also utilitarian, like our bunkers and distribution centers. The richer the data, the richer these locations will be. Secondly, they all have a function. We've got mining for our mining outposts, farming for the farmsteads, or just places where people live. The function of the place will define the way the place looks as well, and its form. And last but not least, the people as well, the faction and their loadouts. We've got lawful people, like the new Citizens for Prosperity in Pyro, unlawful, such as Xenofred, and sometimes not even no one. And the place needs to look a bit, derelict. In different places, you'll find different people. So, now that we've made our toolkit and we've defined all this new stuff, let's start building thousands of locations. Yes, I said thousands. So, to avoid the same issue of working on directly in the planet, I'd like to introduce to you Starchitect.
I'll keep that. What the hell?
What Starchitect allows us to do is directly on a planetary scale scatter all these new libraries and modules and assets and no longer work directly on the planet. And it uses the same logical rule set as our emergent biomes. And it also gives us full control over the data that we set on these locations. So expect locations in places where they make sense. Let's kind of look at all this new Genesis data and all these new libraries and chuck it into Starchitect and see what it gives us. As you can see, we're now able to make full-size locations, and they will look completely different based on where you'd find them. The layouts are controlled by the rules, and it will reflect its place in the verse. We've got farms, mining outposts, but even our older locations, such as the bunkers that you find on Stanton. So, let's look at an example and kind of use the tool to really, make a location. We can define the rules, as I've mentioned a couple times by now. So for our mining outpost, it wants to be near a resource. We can specify what this resource needs to be. But we can also give it suggestions where sometimes you'd find it here and sometimes you wouldn't. If the location has refineries, it might want to be near water to refine the resources. Then secondly, we can define what buildings should be there. So obviously we need mining buildings, houses for people to live as well, and even power buildings that we can leverage with the resource network. Starchitect will intelligently figure out where to place these and what needs to be at the location. Next up, farms. Its rules, well, temperature. Not every plant can live in every temperature, but the same with soil type. Only certain plants can be in certain grounds. And then we can query the seed map to determine what plants you would find there. What are the harvestables? As for the targets, again, farm buildings, obviously, power buildings, houses, but even animals, such as our beloved quasi-grazers. And last but not least, derelict ships. We've got these all over the place currently. Rules, well, they'd be close to anti-air because they would be shot down, but even in harsh flight conditions, such as mountains or low visibility, you probably most commonly find them. Targets, well, crash ship parts, of course. Sometimes you'd find the full remains of a javelin, and the other time you might just find the nose of a starfarer laying around. So, let's talk about coherency. Sure, we can scatter all these locations everywhere on the planet, and you'll find them in places they make sense, but we can do better. You don't just want to find an outpost completely on its own, right? We want to make sure it really feels like people have built their lives here. So, let's talk about some missing bits. We want to tell tighter stories, such as the people's lives, but also logical exploration. If I find one thing, I expect to find something similar or something else nearby. We also need more data control. What defines one mining outpost being different from the other ones, aside from the harvestables? And also give the narrative developments. Make sure people build near rivers, on mountains. They build near town halls. They build near distribution centers. So to hit that bit of our benchmark, we make sure that locations are near each other and group them together. The effect it gives is a fully developed landscape with vistas and points of interest all over. And we group them together in what we like to call a cluster, like this one, that has 13 locations. Let's talk about clusters. Clustering means generating locations near other locations. So, for example, if you find a distribution center, just like in the verse currently, I would find forward operating bases next to them. But if you go even further out, you'd find mining outposts to funnel those resources to the FOBs. Go out even further, you'd find caves around them, because that's where they might find some of the gems. And then we can even specify the data on a cluster level. All of the factions that live at this whole cluster, any mining outpost, that would be the same people, but also what commodities they sell, to find on what resource you'd find. So let's look at an example of the clusters. We have our mining cluster. Again, we can define what rules we should have. Rules, well, near a resource, just like our mining outpost, but also it needs to be on a lawful planet. We can target on a planetary scale where they would need to be. They need protection. As for the targets, well, caves, mining outposts, but even trade posts. Let's go to the other side of the spectrum. Before I do so, I forgot data. We can, on a cluster level, specify, again, what mineral commodities, but also what harvestable types you'd find are in that region. Now let's look at the other side of the spectrum, an unlawful cluster. What rules? Well, they need to be far away from any other cluster, because they want to be isolated and do their evil deeds on their own. And also on an unlawful planet, such as somewhere in the Pyros system. For the targets, outlaw outposts, crash ships, because they would shoot them down, and also ruins from just places they just completely overrun. The data on this one, you'd find specific loadouts, and they'll be using weapons that you wouldn't find any in other legal system. And these weapons will be sold at the shops in these regions. So, now that we have a cluster, let's go even bigger. Just like our locations, we can put clusters near other clusters, and we group them together, ranging between 10 to 15 locations each. And we group this into what we call a sector. Like this one, that has about 120 locations.
Wow.
However, on a planetary scale, we can define how many sectors we should have.
Nice.
With each their own data and persona. And every single one of these locations is now ready for the mission system to hook up and give you gameplay. And for you to find a bunch of places on your own. And just on this side of the planet, can you guess the number? We've got about 3,042 locations. And again, this means as Starchitect, we're just able to, on a planetary scale, just define how many locations we need, what you'd find there, and to just give that full identity. Thank you for listening. And I won't just see you in the verse, but I'll see you in a denser verse. However, this was only the first phase of civilization. Let me introduce you to the stage, the person who will introduce life at these locations, Francesco Raccucci.
So, hi everybody. Benvenuti a CitizenCon. So, where are we today? So, my name is Francesco Raccucci, and I'm the director in CIG. Welcome to the next step of phase 3. We will look into how life adapts to the laws of nature and how all the NPCs can interact pretty much with these incredibly vast and dense worlds that we just saw. So up to this point, we have seen how we are building the worlds. We start from the physical data set, and this is to make sure that what you see is not just beautiful and realistic, but also physically accurate. So the distribution of the elements that we have seen and the location and the POIs are influenced by geology, mission, narrative, and the lore. Those locations cannot be lifeless. We want the planets to basically leverage the space that emerge with life. So from an AI perspective, I will categorize the elements of those worlds into 4 macro groups. Emergent environment, that is everything we have just seen being built out of the physical data set. Users-made locations. So this includes everything that our designers or you players will create in the world. So something that is mankind-made and not predefined in the environment. Interior of those locations. Now, this is very connected to the previous point. The difference is that they represent usually a confined space where there is much more tight interaction. And for NPCs, it's a lot about interaction with objects that we are usually used to in our everyday lives. And then the day and night cycle. So in essence, the passage of time. That so far didn't have really a lot of impact on the gameplay. So to allow life to respect this world and conform to the rules that this environment defines, well, we want to improve our tools and workflow, and we want to distance ourselves as much as possible from a designer-driven approach. This is because, first, it's labor-intensive. It can be prone to bugs, but also because the scale of the worlds that we've just seen are very hard to be designer-driven in the markup. So we want to improve this workflow, and we will see how manual markup is also not usually the best option, because with these worlds that are heavily impacted by users and changes and customization, it's very hard to know in advance where interesting things are. So today I want to show you a couple of examples of what the IT team has been focusing on to make these systems supported and scale correctly to support these vastly dense dynamic worlds. So we'll look at perception in light and dark environments and dynamic cover generation. So attacking an outpost now must have a level of depth that goes beyond what we had. So layouts of the environment can change, vehicles may or may not be present, and PC can be anywhere. And if it's a bright day, well, we will be more visible, but our enemies will also be more visible. And if you choose to attack at nighttime, well, we'll attack in shadows. During darkness, it's going to be a bit harder to see our enemies, but we will also be harder to be spotted. And it will give us more opportunities to be stealthy and sneaky. How do we do that? So as you see, there is also a lot of different light conditions in this outpost. So in this scenario, we will start look at how perception is impacted by the day and night cycle. On the planetary surface, as we've seen in the outpost, natural and artificial lights are the two elements that will impact vision. And knowing that, you can use this to leverage your gameplay style to exploit basically all the environment. So what is perception? On the NPC level is the combination of data that we collect out of the senses. And vision is one of the senses and just tries to, in a way, simulates the human side ability. So designers can already tweak the perception in different ways. And one way is defining how quickly NPCs can understand what they're seeing. And the light condition have a direct impact how quickly an NPC will fully understand, for example, if there is an hostile in front of them. And obviously, there is condition of light that designers can control, and some others, like the day-night cycle, that they can't. So in this video, we'll see two main elements: the graph on the top left and the two colorful cones. The graph on the left basically represents the current light level the NPC is in, and the current multiplier this light level generates to speed up or slow down the NPC perception and understanding. The two cones instead represents the primary and secondary FOV. The red color means that if you stand in that location, it will result in NPC reacting the slowest to you, and the green color instead represents the quickest response. So during the night, NPC will have a hard time to understand and foresee and see things, but if they have flashlights on their helmets, they can turn it on, and this will impact their primary FOV, making still the peripheral vision a bit more uncertain. And as you see here, first of all, the NPC is patrolling with his domesticated friendly copion. This is because he wants to exploit the vision, night vision capabilities of the animal, and it's kind of our tier 0 pets. So we will now look at the cover system. That is the next dynamic things that I want to show you. So when we introduced planetary navigation mesh the first time, our goal was really to create a systems that would support and process the environment in a very dynamic way. Our planets are just way too big to statically export them and process them, first of all. And then their regions only exist when somebody's there and the NPCs are there. So essentially, environment has its purpose only when life exists. Also, let's keep in mind that even if we could export dynamically and statically those planets, so processing dynamically all a static version of the planet, this would be, first of all, wasteful and on the memory side and time-consuming. And also because we have a lot of runtime modification of the terrain, this would require us to still reparse it at runtime, and pretty much that will be almost all the time. So to generate the cover data, we want to leverage the navigation mesh system. And what we do is, as you see here, the blue polygons are basically where NPCs can walk, and the green ones are what we call cover surfaces, that are our simple representation of the environment, what NPC uses to understand if they can hide behind something and if they can shoot from some positions. So up to now, we have had an approach where designer would be a designer-driven approach. Designer can define in the locations where cover was interesting. They could mark it up, either the location itself or prefabs. and then with a special entity that would just sample dynamically the environment, but would still be designer-driven. This is obviously a good approach it's also a standard approach in gaming industry, but what about all those organic and inorganic elements that get scattered with a new system? Like if designers want to iterate on these ones, for example, and they want to change the physical data sets, those scattering tools will just change completely the layout. And what we want is that designers can do this change without being afraid of doing it because the gameplay was predefined and controlled, and now they can just make something beautiful but also fun. Besides that, yes, we did have a prefab approach where you can build stuff out of small building blocks. This is obviously a good approach because it's, in a way, you can build stuff out of smaller version, but this creates a lot of unnecessary data. Imagine a crate, and we can say that the crate can generate cover. Now we stack 100 crates, and what happens? That we have a lot of data to generate cover that we have to process, throw away. This would just waste CPU cycles for nothing. This is why, until now, you also couldn't find an NPC in a forest like this one and see them hiding behind a tree or a rock. So enabling the dynamic generation of covers on the planet allows us to exploit all the elements of the environment. Whenever navigation mesh generates, NPC can now have a chance to fight with you hiding behind available elements. Boulders, rock, walls, and are all useful elements right now. However, we don't have to limit ourselves to static geometries, but also vehicles can be used for cover. And as you can see, this is dynamically generating while the vehicle moves. So be careful where you park your Ursa, because now it can become a source of danger for you as well. Last but not least, these systems can be just used on all the different type of navigation mesh we have, so not on the planet, but also, for example, the interiors and everything you guys construct. Because obviously, you guys will build your own locations, but you don't really mark up stuff, or you don't want to decide that, because that's going to come automatically out of the system. So I want to show you So what I want to show you now is just like a little bit of insight of what goes behind the scene when we generate cover and navigation mesh. These are some of the steps that our system does. So we always start from the environment voxelization. What that means is we process the geometry, the physical representation of the geometries, that is a little bit simpler than usually the render mesh, and we construct it in a voxelized approach. This is also using different types of agent definition. Why so? Because obviously where a human can move is not the same as where a vehicle can move. So we can define different type of precisions and then speeding up the process where we have to, and be more precise where we cannot be to. And we can also create overrides based on different things. For example, if you crouch, you can enter into smaller locations than where you stand. This process is basically common between navigation mesh and cover. After that is generated, then we can evaluate the voxel in different ways. For example, defining where we can walk. So can we make the step with our foot over a specific voxel? Or is there something in front of that hole in the NAM mesh so that we can actually cover behind? And then we can basically decide where to generate cover surfaces. And after the cover surfaces are generated, we can process where the cover locations are. Cover locations are a good spot for NPC to be behind the cover. So what we see here is that with the introduction of Maelstrom last year, obviously we knew this would revolutionize how you guys are playing. And we did have to find a solution to handle all the destruction you can create. So you were destroying so much stuff in this world that we had to find a solution, right? So this is why we approach the cover generation navigation mesh as it is, because there is just no way for us to predict anything that you're doing, and we want just Maelstrom to be another trigger for word evaluation. So as you see, this is all dynamically generating. And destroying anything just makes the word be reevaluated. So as you see here, we can have also lots of rules. So you can see that a bit here. But when things break, first they invalidate, and then when they rest, for example, we can decide when is a good moment to regenerate so that we also don't waste too much CPU cycles. The color that you see is mostly cover quality. So you see the light green is high cover, the dark green is low cover, and then we have the red that we introduced some time ago that is basically not really good cover, but if there is nothing better, well, it's better to be behind something than being in open space. So let's just recap. What we want to do is finding a plan and having a good plan to approach life in this vast universe. What we want is the life to be able to systemically evaluate all the dynamic environments that is generated. We want to improve our workflow, not only to support designers and being faster, but also support all your guys' creations. So we want the life to adapt, and this is all for making the game fun for you, so that everything comes together. So thank you all. This was phase 3. And now, let's welcome Ben Parry, that will introduce you guys to phase 4 of Genesis.
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon. That's not my lines. Sorry, someone's changed my lines. Welcome to phase 4, light and sound. Now, we've seen already automated systems for automatically placing different biomes, different vegetation, settlements, and people. So now we're going to take the same approach to automatically handling light itself. First of all, why is this important? Well, it's not always obvious, especially when they do their jobs as well as they do. But there's an incredible amount of attention from the lighting artists that goes into all of the locations that we have in the game. Besides just marking up the reflection probe areas, they also manage the visuals really carefully, adding fill lights, approximating bounce lights off ground and up into ceilings and dark corners where there aren't any direct lights pointing, really. And the problem is, not only does this take a lot of time and really constrain the style that they're using, it's simply not possible. If you've got a planet full of forests and, 3,000 and something placed locations, you're going to be exploring places that no artist has ever visited. No, they've not looked at, and they're certainly not going to be able to have tweaked it for you. So we need something that works completely hands-off. And natural outdoor scenes are especially problematic for us. Indoors, you can put a lot of little lights around pointing from different directions, and you can probably justify it. Outdoors, you've got the sun and you've got the sky. And if you're behind a tree, you've got the sky. And so you need that skylight to vary. Now, so this is the forest as you'd see it without the GI system. As you can see, all the shadows are receiving lighting from the same environment probe, so it's basically just a flat color across. We replace that with around 40,000 mini ray trace probes. Each of them has their own view of the sky, and so that gives you way more contrast and variation as you move in and out of the canopy. Now, there are a couple of other pieces of the puzzle that we've been working on over the last year. Now, the first is, well, all the stuff that you can't stick 40,000 mini probes onto. Anything that doesn't have an opaque surface, we can't really know where it is on the screen and track it from frame to frame. But if we don't do anything, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. We've got fog, we've got particles, we've got other little things, I don't know what they are. And so we need something to do with those. So to address this, we've added a kind of stable grid of medium-y kind of probes that are generated around the player as you move around. So that gives us approximately matching lighting that we can apply to all of those things. Now, this is a little bit difficult to illustrate in normal scenes, so for once I've been making my own levels. As you can see, Pico's in trouble again, but because the lighting team hasn't helped, you can't see anything in most of the scene. If you add the transparency GI system, suddenly the whole scene comes alive. And this is something that we could never have done until we added this tech. Now, the other piece of the puzzle is glossy reflections. Now, we've got a fair few shiny objects in the game, you may have noticed. And we've got the same problem that if we fix the lighting on one thing and then the reflections don't match, it's going to look terrible. Also, ray tracing reflections is really cool, and we wanted to do it. And the challenge here, though, is that the ray traced reflections you're going to do, they're not just mirrors. Like, we've got a whole range of objects in the game, from like a scuffed hull panel all the way up to chrome polished pipes. And we want the same system to apply globally across that. So I'm going to do an uncomfortably short breakdown on what this tech looks like and how that comes together. So here's what we need to beat. Now, obviously, it reads as shiny, but there's this kind of fakeness to it. It kind of looks a bit like it's flying. So let's see what the ray tracing looks like. Yeah, it's really noisy and horrible. We need to clean it up. So what we do is we let pixels share their data in space, and then also in time to clear up the final image. And then we let the game's normal anti-aliasing just kind of clean up the last stuff and carry us over the finish line. And that's how you make a chrome penguin. Now, I'm going to derail for a moment away from the topic of Genesis, because this isn't actually just about automating the lighting for new environments. This is also about pushing quality in areas that have already had all of that work done by the lighting team. We're freeing the artists up to light more naturally, allowing the time of day shifts to be embraced rather than fighting against them. And as I'm about to show, players and NPCs are going to reap the same benefits as well. So here we start adding natural areas of light and shade and warm and cool colors. These open areas benefit in the same way as the forest scene did, adding areas of shade and areas of open lighting. Like I mentioned, the time of day shifting leads to different ambience as the sun moves. And this is the shot that I just liked. Finally, let's see how the new GI system can brighten up your character's day. And also their day as well, whoever they are. Well, I promised you light and sound, but I don't actually know anything about sound. So here's the man who does, Graham Phillipson. Yeah.
Good afternoon, CitizenCon. I've been at CIGE nearly 10 years, and this is the first time I've done this. Very exciting for me. So, do you want to make some noise? So, sound isn't as fast as light, so it takes me a bit to catch up. Jared wrote that joke for me, so you can blame him. Says it right here, blame him. So now we have a huge amount of visual and interactable content. Locations, biomes, populations, planets, and systems. And now they're all beautifully lit too, thanks Ben. But how do we paint this world with sounds? It's a challenge. It's a challenge of scale. We need to support multiple star systems, and it's a challenge of quality. We want the highest quality possible. We also don't want implementation to hinder creativity, and we want a seamless experience. So we're asking a lot. But with Star Audio, we can rapidly implement audio for entity classes, brushes, or audio sweeteners, all of which can be reused and reflected immediately across the game, including all of those emergent locations we talked about earlier. So again, this is Genesis data driving what happens in-game. And we can do all this without breaking flow. So here's a fairly dry video. It gets more exciting later, I promise, showing you our rapid workflow. So over on the left, I had to think about that, we have the Wise editor. That's where all our sounds live. In the middle, we have Star Audio editor. And on your right, we have an entity that needs some insect sounds on it. So we can very quickly drag from Wise to Star Audio. We can mark up very quickly a bit of logic, and we can re-trigger this entity's spawn sound so that it immediately makes a sound. I assure you there is a group of insects. Thank you. You're too kind. If you like that one, you'll like the ones that come later. But there's a little something missing. So to add some realism, sounds respond to how they move, how you move in the world and how they move relative to you. So we need to change the frequency as their velocity relative to the listener changes. This is known as the Doppler effect. In simple terms, the pitch dropping as something whizzes by. Or, in even simpler terms, Now, sound designers traditionally needed to implement their own Doppler sounds. But given how fast we can travel through these rich, dense locations and the sheer number of them, we can't afford to be doing that any longer. So we've created a systemic Doppler solution. And I'm going to show you that now, the only way I know how, by putting a big Benny noodle machine on top of a mountain. So you can hear the pitch and tempo changing as we move relative to the Benny noodle machine, and this is all fully systemic, no special treatment for this sound. And I expect the noodle bar to be very busy after that commercial. So, how does it work? Well, the listener is surrounded by variable time delay buffering, not the horrible kind of buffering you get on the internet. This is a really nice kind that helps the game sound good. Each buffer represents a section of the sphere around the audio listener, and the audio is mixed into these buffers at a position that is appropriate to the object's position in the world. Changes in the position are applied to the delay buffer by interpolating the audio data. But that's not all we're doing here. Now, I know there was a bar citizen yesterday, so some of you may not be thinking as fast as you might normally, but you may have realized that by buffering the data in this way, we're not just creating a speed of sound, we are not just creating a Doppler effect, we are indeed, and I just spoiled my own line, creating a speed of sound effect. So, introducing systemic speed of sound to the game, I now have a couple of minutes of video, and we go through rapid fire, looking at some fantastic examples of what this brings to the game, starting with a spaceship pass by that is supported tonally by the systemic speed of sound.
Oh, nice.
Okay, sounds cool. What about weapon fire? So let's bring in a sniper and, unfortunately for the sensitive of heart, a Pico. We're going to hear this first from the perspective of both with no speed of sound effect.
Oh, that's a new armor.
Okay, so that's, if you were at the Pico perspective there, that's how you'd hear it in game right now. Let's hear it with speed of sound enabled, and this time we're just going to listen from Pico's perspective. So Pico's down before he even hears the shot. But don't worry, he's not dead. Okay, let's finish him off. Now he's dead. And as the voice of Pip's Power Up, I need to get some proper placement in. So there's one more example for you. Now finally, oh, not finally, we have ship weapons, so listen to the fire rate as the ship approaches the camera here, giving you a bit of a sense of threat. It's not too easy to tell what's going on there, but you get an increase in fire rate. Finally, the really cool stuff, explosions. So we can put a cinematic element, a shockwave element, and a delayed speed of sound effect.
Ooh. Whoa! Oh.
And that's way too cool to do just once, so we're going to do it twice more from further distance. So again, cinematic effect first when you see it. Shockwave. And the explosion itself.
Wow!
This is all completely driven by parameters in the game, so we can do this for real whenever you drop a Moab. One more. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So the speed of sound simulation gives you a better sense of distance, it improves the sense of speed, and it supports those amazing cinematic moments. So, in summary, we're trying to make the game more immersive and respond to all this Genesis data and make it feel more real. And that's not all we can do. We can make sounds respond differently to changes in atmospheric pressure and resultant changes in temperature. So, for example, the sound will travel faster in extremely hot, high-pressure environments. We really look forward to getting this in-game for you and getting you enjoying it at home. Now, that's all from Phase 4 of the Genesis cycle, Light and Sound. So I'm going to hand you back to the amazing Ben and Ali to bring us home with the final phase.
Thank you, sir.
So, as Graham says, this is going to be the final phase of Genesis, and it's called Nature's Wrath. And this is where we're going to bring the very planet itself to life. So, first off, let's start talking clouds. So clouds have got an atmosphere, have got to be one of my favorite visual features of our game, and they're truly awesome, but they're also completely static. Nothing has changed with them. So what we want to bring with Genesis is the evolution of clouds over time. But this isn't just some simple scrolling animation. We use the same physical data sets that drove the biomes we talked about earlier and Starchitect, and these are also now driving a physical simulation of the clouds so they can form and dissipate in realistic conditions. So this means things like the oceans, the prevailing winds, mountain ranges, and the temperature will all impact the clouds. But to complement these more dynamic clouds, we've also improved our lighting model. So it now correctly accounts for how light scatters multiple times inside a cloud. And this is important, creates much deeper lighting, and it can contrast against the sun's rays, resulting in much more vivid cloudscapes like we see on the left here, something we're all too familiar with in Manchester.
Now, it would be awesome to bring this into context and show it on an actual location. Let's take a look at a quick scene to round this up. It's a nice day on the surface, but something's different. The clouds are moving, but they're not just moving, they're forming naturally in changing shape. They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike. Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams, how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers. Now, as this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area. Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front.
Oh my God, let's go. Rain.
Now we're trying to see rain picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather.
This is
the system is changing the world around us. We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets. It's getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
Oh God. No way, this is so cool.
Weather resulting in fast dislocation. Conditions are deteriorating. Severe items. We need to leave now. Get back here.
Oh my God. This is so wonderful. That's Aurora.
I'm getting out of this suit now. Powering up and flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR. See you on the other side.
What the hell? Co jeszcze mam? Shit. Wow. Oh god. Hey Kay, how are you? Is he gonna play through the clouds? Please do it. لا بس الحمد لله الله يحفظك. Oh man. Aurora.
It's getting very sparky up here. Recommend deviation.
What the? What? Oh. يا سلام. This is nice. Yeah. This is cool.
Wow! Wow! Man, that's what we call the Falco maneuver, to get out of there. Ali, please break this down for us. What did we just see?
Yeah, so that was a combination of lots of tech we just saw that all combined together to make a really great cohesive experience. So we started with the cloud simulation, which wasn't really a cloud simulation, it's a weather simulation. The rain will appear not at random, but it's based on physically plausible conditions, so you have real weather fronts evolving across your planet all the time. We have a host of visual effects, like the rain, and then you have the atmospheric scattering that you get under the columns of rain. We had the puddles and the splashes and all of this type of visual effects. We saw the wind developing over time, and that introduced turbulence to the flight model, making flight very challenging. And then, of course, we saw the lightning, which plays havoc with your instrumentation, but direct strikes will damage your ship, and of course, some storms will be dangerous enough to be fatal, as Ben's unlucky Aurora just found out. And these storms will sometimes be short-lived and localized, but others will be larger and potentially permanent on some planets. And this is going to restrict access via flight. I mean, players will be forced to resort to ground vehicles or even foot. And this is all going to be dynamic, meaning that you might find yourself trapped in some really unexpected situations. So we really can't wait to use all these mechanics to open up many new gameplay opportunities for All in the Verse soon.
Nice.
A wise yogi once said, "It's your job as a pilot to compensate and stay on course." All right, what have we learned today, guys? We've shown you an approach of encoding the rules of nature into planetary data. We've seen biomes emerge from geology, temperature, humidity, climate, weather, the physical terrain. We create denser, more diverse living planets without artists hand-placing or manually creating biomes, instead leveraging asset mapping. We've shown you a new way to make the game that can scale, to create thousands of Korean places for civilizations on planets that can be used for missions or immersion gameplay, without art and design hand-placing locations, leveraging world design rules instead. We've seen how populations of AI and NPCs inhabiting locations dynamically adapt their understanding of the environment without custom markup by developers, allowing the creation of more playable spaces rapidly. We've shown you how light and sound also benefit from Genesis data to influence planetary environments. And we've shown how these systems come together when weather comes into an area, changing your gameplay experience significantly. Our goal with Genesis and all of its systems is to create more worlds, better worlds, faster, by applying our tech wizardry and craftsmanship to build systems that respond to data. That's our Star Engine presentation for today, guys, for this year. Have a great CitizenCon. We'll see you on the next one.
Hello, viewers. I'm Kirsten. I'm a producer here at Cloud Imperium, and I work with the UI Tech and Planet Tech teams. Off the back of that amazing presentation is the lovely Will Hain on Planet Tech. How are you feeling, Will?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, thank you. It's been a good day so far.
Beautiful. That was a smashing presentation. How is it to do it here in Manchester versus LA last year?
It's very different. LA is of course amazing. It was incredible to visit. But I think there's something really special about doing it here, just down the road from the studio. It's amazing to see the people you get coffee with, the people you work with and you chat about problems and do design with. They're here too this time. Whereas last time, it was amazing and it was lovely meeting all the LA folks, but it's just not the same as the people that you work with each day. I love it being here. It's great.
Oh, it must be amazing to celebrate all the work you've done with the community and the studio here in Manchester.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no one person carries any of this. It's all teamwork, and having everyone here to kind of share in that and see everyone and meet the communities is just incredible.
Well, with all that hard work that you just got to show off to everyone here today, what are the main 3 takeaways from today's presentation?
So it's like Benoit just said, the whole Genesis set of technologies is all about creating more worlds faster and better. We've got a benchmark, things look great, Pyro looks incredible, but we want to be able to deliver that more. We want to be able to exceed that benchmark and do it across everything we make going forward. And the whole Genesis panel, I won't pretend that I know everything about everyone's section because they're all experts, but all of it is coming together to create a much better game and much better content for it.
Amazing. Okay. So what was your personal favorite moment from that presentation?
Well, that's not fair. I love all those people. The dynamic weather demo, I'd not seen that cut. It's incredible. I love it. I have to shout out Seb's work. He makes the techie stuff that me and the Planet Tech team make. He makes it beautiful. And his team, of course, over in Frankfurt, they're all incredible. I love them all. But I can't pick a single favorite. I could shout out everyone because it all looks amazing. I don't want anyone to feel like I didn't.
Very humble.
That's great.
So tell us a bit more about what players can expect off the bat with Genesis. What are the biggest changes coming for them?
Well, you're going to see the planets become more and more physically based. As this technology matures and is finished out and is rolled out to the stuff that we're delivering to live, you're going to start to see all of these things come together. You're going to see that cohesion that we demoed today. And I'm hoping that we're going to show you some more of the steps along the way as well in the future, where we won't just be showing you Pines anymore. We're going to be showing all that incredible stuff that Seb's been busy authoring. Together, it's just going to look amazing. I'm so excited to get this into people's hands.
Beautiful. The personal highlight for me was seeing the water interaction with the bio.
On the swamp.
Is that something you're excited for players to interact with?
Absolutely. The swamp demo with the water interaction, I kind of knew it was coming, and I'd seen like the clip in the background, but seeing it there and it just working is great. I love it, and I can't wait for once those biomes are out and you can go and explore. There's so much more reason to be in the water. And see it all. I'm very excited, yeah.
Immersion's obviously very important to our community, but I would just want to touch on the work you and the team have done. Is there anything you want to say to anyone in the studio, or any shout-outs you want to make to the people you work with?
I don't know what to say about fans except come up and say hello if you are one. Back at the studio, you guys are all amazing. It's great being the person to stand up and talk about this stuff together with Ali as well. But There are so many people that go into making technology like this, whether it be the water sim and the rendering and all the people that worked on that, or the planet tech and all the people who have worked on the giants whose shoulders we stand on, and then the people who work today. It's not just me. We have a team. We have a group of people, and everyone brings a unique contribution. It's amazing. It's great. So thank you to everyone.
Yeah, just to echo that, thank you to everyone who's worked so hard on all this tech, including yourself. Yeah.
What was your favorite bit?
I like seeing the Pico get shot.
Absolutely. Shoot that guy. He doesn't, we don't need him.
Come on.
Aw. Well, speaking of community, I think it might be time to throw over to Dan, who's checking out the community booths. Dan, are you ready for us? Yeah?
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, Will. It turns out water is wet, and no one better to tell us than Will. Now, guys, we are here back at CitizenCon on the show floor waiting for the next panel. We'll be back in a little bit for that, but I want to continue showing you guys some of the awesome stuff we have here on the show floor. So I'm here now at the Monster Tech Sim Pit area. Monster Tech, we had an awesome promotion with earlier this year where we have these great themed chairs. Look at this. This is an RSI branded Monster Tech chair. Let's get a close in on that if we can. Look at that RSI branding. Look at me.
Yeah,
look at me.
RSI.
I'm Chris Roberts now. I'm Chris Roberts now. So let's take a look at this booth right now. We have an awesome area where players are playing Arena Commander in sort of a real D 4D situation. These are haptic chairs. There's motors in the chairs. They're using our VKB branded joysticks. Thank you again to VKB for helping sponsor CitizenCon. This is awesome. They are getting to play Star Citizen in a way few people ever get to experience Star Citizen. It runs smooth. It looks great. This is awesome. If you guys are here on the show floor at CitizenCon, this is an awesome place. You definitely need to check this place out. How you doing? Doing well? You winning?
I'm doing.
Are you winning something?
I'm just trying to figure out how to fly again.
He's trying to figure out how to fly again. You have to figure out how to walk before you can run, in a sense. We have a huge crowd of people here, so it might take you a little bit to get in, but this is awesome. As you can see, continuing the branding and the theming we have here, just excuse me, guys. We have in-game posters as well. We have a Leilani Addison poster. We have our Ship Showdown posters. All the theming here is that we were on deck of the UEES Barbary here in orbit above Manchester. Now, guys, we also have some awesome stuff we're about to show you. We're going to head over to the community booth in a little bit. But first, I want to take a quick moment to also thank one of our other sponsors, ScanPC. So for those of you who are attending CitizenCon, you didn't even know this, but all of you are actually entered in a competition right now to win a free themed Star Citizen ScanPC. If you check into your bags, you have a challenge coin. Every single challenge coin in every single one of your bags has a unique number on it. At the end of the show, we'll be pulling a random number that matches one of those unique challenge coin numbers. So make sure you have your challenge coin on you. If you don't, you're going to miss out because we have an awesome themed Kovalex box themed ScanPC. I'm actually going to throw it over to Sam, who's going to check out that PC over in our interactions booth. Sam, why don't you show us what that looks like?
Hi guys, and welcome over to the community booths. So I'm right here at our props booth, and we do have one of those special PCs right here on the desk. So if you guys want to see what you could be winning, hang on to those challenge coins. That is a 3XS PC from our friends over at Scan. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. So, at the props booth today, I am here with Tom, Joe, and Anise, who are going to be working on stuff throughout the day. So, Tom, what is it that you're working on today?
So we have the goodie pack that's going to be, part of the, if you bought it, you will have it. And we are doing some of the props that's going to be part of the pack. I'm doing, the stuff that we are going to have, and yeah.
Amazing. So how are you finding the atmosphere at CitCon? Is it your first time?
Sorry, I was in LA last year, and it was amazing, and I love this one even more, and I hope everyone feels the same way, and yeah.
Fantastic. So, unfortunately, Tom is working on a project that shall not be named, so we can't really talk to you about this next question. But let's move swiftly on over to our Star Citizen props artist, Mr. Joe. How are you getting on?
Doing good, thank you.
Brill. So could you tell us about one of the props that you're most proud of from Star Citizen?
Most proud of, well, that's to come later. But at the moment, I think my most proud is the item banks, the infamous item banks. We're looking at the art school. But yeah, probably those ones.
Amazing. Thanks so much. Well, we'll leave these guys to their very important work. If you want to catch them, you can catch them at any point throughout the event, both Saturday and Sunday. So go say hi and, give them some suggestions. They might make it into game. You never know. So on the right over here, as you can see, a very popular booth, we have JRDF, who are our amazing model makers, and they have done a lot of work for us in the studio as well. So if you get a chance, do try and visit their booth. They will be happy to show you guys all of their amazing work. And next, we'll take... imagine bumping into you here.
Just happy to be here, as always. I think I'm going to take over for a little bit. There's a lot of stuff that I want to talk about because I'm a narcissist.
Yeah, I'm going to go over, this way, I guess.
Yeah, so we'll catch up with Sam in a bit. So this is the Dan show now. Come follow me. Now, guys, as community producer, one of my favorite bits is getting to interact with you guys, the community. And one of the best parts about being part of the Star Citizen community is being part of an org. And one of our first orgs we're going to look at today is Nova. Now, Nova is one of our awesome orgs that has a community booth here today. You can see they're giving a ton of stuff out. Let's take a quick look at some of their theming of the booth. They have some awesome video stuff playing. We've asked them to turn it down a little bit because it's a little noisy here. But as you can see, they have some awesome giveaways. They have some awesome stuff. They have some merch, which we'll be looking at the merch in a second. But let's make our way behind the booth. Is there a good way? That is a terrible idea if I try and do that. We're not even going to worry about it. If you can come on down and join me, though. How's it going, man?
It's going all right. And you?
Great. Thank you for letting me into the country. So tell me all about Nova. What's the history of Nova?
Well, at the moment, Nova was established in 2948. Nova is a lawful and independent self-sustaining organization where citizens from all origins can come together and create a better future for themselves and the people around them. Nova has quickly grown to become one of the biggest and most active organizations in the game. Our goal is to provide an inclusive environment that allows all of its members to have fun and enjoy the verse, and also provide an awesome community of like-minded individuals. Our primary objective is to just have fun together, and we respect how others may want to enjoy their game and experience.
That's awesome. So both new players and old players alike can sign up for Nova. Anyone who's interested in being part of you guys, what would you guys say is your main focus as an org? Are you guys just trying to get a rounded experience for Star Citizen, or is there a specific focus, like role play or career focus? What's the hook for Nova?
Our main hook for Nova is the operations we run for our members. Our commanders, specialized in each of one of our 5 branches, put on operations every day of the week for our members to just enjoy and get out into the verse. Last year we had over 2,500 operations that we ran for our members, and hopefully they enjoyed that, and hopefully that continues to have them stay in the verse and enjoy it.
So how many members do you guys currently have in Nova?
On the last count we had just over 13,500, and we hope it keeps on to keep on climbing.
So 13,500 people. That is awesome. What do you guys have here? Let's take a quick look again at their booth. There's some really cool stuff they have here.
Right. On the booth, right. Here we have the postcards that were part of a screenshot competition we hosted with our members. The winners, obviously, got to have their screenshots posted at CitizenCon. On the back of each of these postcards, we have the QR codes leading to each individual branch's recruitment video.
So walk me through the branches. What are your 5 branches?
Right, our 5 branches. We have Nova Relief, which is our medical and search and rescue branch. Anything to do with helping people, that's what they do. Nova Defense is our Navy, Air Force, Marines on the ground. If there's anything that Nova needs to defend, that's what they do. We bring them in. Nova Corps is our industrial branch. They deal with any of the mining, salvage, cargo transport, and in the future, construction, hopefully, for building. Anything to do with money, that's what they do. Nova Frontiers, our scientific and exploration branch. They're the ones that go out into the black and bring that back the information for us. They also create our grid maps, cartography maps, and everything like that for us. And Nova Skyline, our diplomatic and racing and touring branch. They're the ones that do the races with Atmo Esports, Anzio Racing League, and the Fleet Faithful Knights with their Race Across the Verse. They also help build the booth for our community events.
And it's a great-looking booth. And that was all of them, right?
Yeah, that's all the branches. Yes, that's all the branches.
Amazing. So, guys, if you are here at CitizenCon, check out Nova. Thank you so much again for inviting us into your lovely Nova home. So, guys, we're going to move on to the next booth. We have, pardon me. We have Polakis Workshop. We have some amazing minis here. These guys are making some awesome Star Citizen minis. Take a look at these minis.
Wow.
We have some painted razors. We have an Aepo Santaki Eye. We have a Mercury. No, yes. Lots of ships. Sorry, people are talking in my ear. We have a Fury. So, guys, I want to thank you guys for coming to CitizenCon. I'm being told we need to wrap for time, so I unfortunately need to throw over to Sam. Let's make sure we go over to Sam. Oh, we're going to Jared. Never mind. Let's get ready for Jared. Lots of people talking in your ear. What people don't realize is people talking in your ear, you can't really hear what you're saying, but I think we're ready for Jared now. Jared, let's throw it over to you. Thank you guys so much for having us here at CitizenCon. Back to you, Jared.
Hey, guys! Oh! It's Main Stage Disco. That wasn't a gag earlier. I really messed up my hammy. Pro tip, don't get old. All right, so we just finished our Star Engine presentation, Brave New World. I want to do one more round of applause for all the CTG guys who got up here and showed you their work.
Let's go.
Just when you think our planets couldn't get better, they come up to us about 3 months ago and they're like, hey, we've got this. You want to show this at CitizenCon? I'm like, yes. Yes, we do. We want to show this at CitizenCon. But you don't think it'll be like an ISC kind of thing? I'm like, no. That's CitizenCon worthy. All right, so our next presentation are a group of several dear friends of mine and Sean Tracy. You know I love you, baby. I love you. It's a presentation that I have wanted to do here at CitizenCon for years, and in 2024, well, the stars seemed to align, and I'm so excited that you're going to see this. This is what I called in our pre-show our sleeper presentation of the year. I hope you give them all the attention and all the admiration they deserve. Please welcome Benoit Beauséjour and A Social Universe.
Let's go. Who won it? Let's go. Sean Tracy, nice. Oliver Cook, okay.
Okay. Hello!
Let's get to it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
1, 2. All right, cool. Okay, so in the Star Engine presentation, that was Benoit. In this one, I am Balt, my player persona. I will now channel my inner Jared in this one, and I will be your host for this panel. Woo! It's time to discuss A Social Universe, but before we start, I have a couple warnings. First one, let's take a look at this one. I took this in our last technical preview demonstration, and God, I was so happy to see all these people on the train. It just made me very, very emotional. And so I want to take a moment to thank every one of you that have participated with tech preview, server meshing tests.
I did. I was part of this.
So far.
You was part
you guys
of
have
this.
been thousands to come and help us test this technology. And the team and I are really humbled, and we feel energized by your energy. So on our behalf, thank you very much. Now, the above picture is really nice, other than this guy, but it does present a problem. A fundamental part of playing a massively multiplayer online game is how you connect with other players, to join in on adventures or to receive support when you want to get out of a tricky situation or you want to participate in endeavors that are bigger than yourself, or simply you want to run a business and make a profit. Well, as our game server shards grow, you will encounter more players, and for that, we need to scale Star Citizen's social tools to MMO size. Our ambition has always been to build a grand social system, including not only the game, but the world outside, like on Spectrum. Unfortunately, the focus has been elsewhere for a long time. We have neglected this side of the game in favor of others. For example, the Comlink app is by far the oldest application in Mobiglass. It's now time to correct this and make progress on this plan. Our goal, as a reminder, in Star Citizen is to cater to all types of players. Star Citizen in that respect is not a black or white. It's not an either-or kind of game. We are not an achievers versus casuals game. We are not a socializers versus solo players game. We are not a role players versus mechanics focused game. Or dare I say, we are not a PvE versus PvP game. We are all of those things. We strive to build a social environment in the game that is easy to engage with, consistent and dependable, and trustworthy, where you can judge danger, safety, or shadiness. And we want this to be deeply rooted in gameplay mechanics, like reputation and progression. So today we're going to take a look at the updated Star Citizen social tools and how they tie into the game. But first, look at this guy, a warning. What we're going to show you is very early work, and we will not be making a revolution or breaking boundaries. We just want to bring our game up to MMO standards. Or like Jared likes to say, bringing our 30th century game into the 21st century. And so in order to do this, we've enlisted some help. First of all, throughout this presentation, all the screenshots are made from you, the community, directly pulled from our community hub. You're going to see some player names on screen. Most of them are all of our most die-hard Evocati members. And for this, we should really take a moment and thank our Evocati members for their renewed support. They're always there for us.
I appreciate it.
And worst of the bills,
I don't sleep too much.
Power through. This is an actual shot from the last Evocati. Forget the prisoner mentioned here from the work mines. And so, I'm not going to lie. This presentation is going to be a lot of Mobiglass. It's not super flashy. But focus on what the tools will allow you to do and their impact. But for this, I need some help myself. So I'm going to make a party. And I'm going to get some developers to help. So let me first invite our senior systems designer, Gabriel Hector.
Hello, CitizenCon. Hope you're doing all right. And Ben, you forgot to cover the Swedish before in your earlier introduction, so tjena.
Ah, nice. All right, we need some more. Let's invite Assistant Design Director, JJ, to the stage.
My spot's quite far away.
Yeah, no, you walk it up. Walk out. Okay, so Social Universe begins with your friends. That's your closest group. It's the first go-to when you want to play. Our current friend system is dated, and it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes off to JJ to kick us off. What are we doing to improve friends and friends management?
So, we're taking our oldest app in the Mobiglass, the Comlink app, and we're upgrading it to a brand new social app. And this is now going to be your one-stop shop for all of your friends and group gameplay. Now, this is the new and improved friends list. So you'll notice, sadly, one of our oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC. Sadly, our friendship has ended with ATC.
What? I have no friends at all, then.
So this is now just a dedicated space for your real friends. So you're now going to be able to see what those real friends are doing with richer presence information. So giving you better awareness of where your friends are, what they're doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect your own status. So you can let friends know if you're away, don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while. Another key upgrade is synchronizing with Spectrum as well. So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher. And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline. And throughout this presentation, any functionality that is shared between the game and the web and the launcher, we're aiming to synchronize across all. And speaking of synchronizing, when we have multiple characters, your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Nice.
What? Multiple characters?
So some people are real socialites. I know, I've seen them. They have a lot of friends. I'm talking multiple pages and pages of friends. What are we doing to help management of huge friends list?
Nice humble brag, Ben. Well, in fact, we are giving you the ability to add notes to your friends list so you can remember, hey, this is that cosplayer that I met at CitizenCon 2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ. Also, you can add people to a favorites list, meaning that the people that you interact with most in the game are always going to be shown at the top of your friends list for your convenience. Additionally, we're moving the voice chat into the social app. And, well, why? Who are you going to call? That's the question. You're going to call your friends. You're going to call your party. So this is where it should live.
Seem to have got a lot of UEC there as well, Ben.
I swear to God, I didn't dupe any cargo. This is just my personal allowance.
Yeah,
sure.
All right, so that's all cool for your close buddies, but the one thing that always happens when you meet people is that some of them aren't nice. Abusers, pad rammers, active griefers, you know? Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
So in addition to the friends list, we're also now going to have a block list. And we like to think of block people as reverse friends. They're just people that you really don't want to talk to anymore. So what we're trying to do is we're doing something called blackholing them from communications. So you can't see them talk, and they can't see you talk anymore. And not only for communications, whenever you see some of these other systems we're about to talk about where you can group up, we're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well. Now, we also have a much requested hostiles list for people who have made a real enemy of you as well.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh, yeah. You'll also be able to add notes here as well, just so you can remember that person I blocked 2 years ago, you remember why, because you're going to forget. And then for those situations where someone really wants to go the extra mile to be a super mega ass, you can report them to us, and we'll deal with them for you.
All right, so now I have my friends list up to date. I can find my friends easily based on rich presence in real time, and I'm ready to go on an adventure. But for that, I need a party. The party is at the core of the social experience when you're heading into a mission, meeting with other players, or whether they're a friend or not. Our party system is very bare bones at the moment. It does have some cool features, but what are we planning to improve parties?
Yeah, so as you said, it does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good stuff, but let's take a closer look at the new features of the party list. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
100 plus people in one ship? Come on.
And that's all right. We just want to make sure that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with the friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's downed or dead or maybe offline for some reason. A big thing, though, is the ship and seat breakdown. So you will see. Yeah, maybe that's worth applause. So you will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seat that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before. It's essentially a mini fleet manager.
Okay. Oh. So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So it's no longer an absolute free-for-all. And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well, which is the ready check. So as we add more and more challenging group gameplay, you're going to be able to coordinate a lot better. And while we're talking about group play, and maybe it's unwanted group play in this case, we're improving the quality of life for our streamers as well. So we'll no longer have a shard player list. We're going to be obscuring things like your on-screen name and location and so on, just so you're a bit harder to find while you are streaming. And that's the full friends and party tab.
Pretty cool.
It's a party for the eyes.
It's a party for the eyes. All right, so the new Friends and Party place is really the one-stop shop to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your comms channel. That's cool, but as we navigate the verse, it's always very difficult to find people. We have a single channel. People are blasting looking for groups. It's a bit awkward. You never know what you're going to find. With bigger shards, I know I'm the bigger shards guy now, but we're going to have a lot more players in there. There must be a better way.
Well, Ben, we have given this some thought. So, the second tab in the social app, introducing the Party Finder.
Okay. Wow, Party Finder,
So,
wow.
The Party Finder, it's a dynamic system that's going to make it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay. It's basically player-powered matchmaking. So, if you are looking for more players, just go in here, advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Space Combat Fun Times.
And you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play, or roles that you're looking to fill. Maybe you need gunners, engineers, pilots.
Meat shields.
Maybe that. You could also limit the number of members. You might want to do some, again, specific content. So you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right? So once you have that information, then it's time to list your party.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group, which is kind of like a reverse invite. You're applying to the party, you're joining yourself, you're getting involved.
You're the reverse guy today.
I'm stuck in one gear. So you can then request, the people that are requesting, you can then look at their information and you decide on whether or not you want to accept or reject them, just so you can tailor your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying to do. Then, on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned, so like setting your group name, roles needed, party size, and so on, you're going to be able to use those as filters to find the right group. And this is all purely because we want you to find the kind of group gameplay that you want to engage in. And it's for all types of players. FPS combat, racing, beacons, role play, eating burgers at Whammers, finding cool vistas. It should always be easy to find action, things to do, and people to play with.
So I can create a party from a couple friends. I can party launch into the game on the same shard. Then I can share my party with the Party Finder. And other people will want to join up. Now we're talking. But I'm curious, as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already, how will we improve communication? It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones. And voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Well, let's chat about chats. So, we're adding options for you to customize the chat window, giving you the power to make the chat your own.
Nice.
We're also adding chat tabs.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games. And this means that you can set up customizable views, filtered for any area of the game that you are interested in. And Ben, you had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality we're adding, right?
I sure did. I also got them to add the combat login.
That's sweet. How kind of you. So, first off, as we can see here, we're making slash commands actually useful. So no longer just chicken dancing and flexing. It's going to be able to help you send messages to party, to proximity chats with say and /yell commands, as well as sending DMs to other players. What the hell, Ben? You said you were going to take
Hey, you wanted a real example.
Sure. So, another thing we're adding is that we're giving you the power to share information more easily via links. So, first off, here we have contract links, taking you to the contract manager for that specific contract.
Cheesecake!
Yes, cheesecake. Yeah, cheesecake is maybe better than Xenofret. Also, we are adding star map links. Let's have a look at what that looks like. This means that you can click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star map, making it easy for you to group up. Another thing we're adding is item links, and, well, you'll see why you want to link items in our Crafting Your Home presentation tomorrow. Lastly, we're adding player links to make it easy for you to connect your friends with one another, right? So while we're talking about comms, Sean just messaged us about VoIP. Do you want to invite him to the party?
I sure can, Gabe. We do need an expert to discuss VoIP and FOIP anyway. So you guys give us some air, remember hot mics, and let's invite Sean, Master of Faces Tracy, to join the party.
All right.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all here. So, I've come up to talk a little bit about FOIP and VoIP. So it's a bit of the communication channels beyond just text chat, right? All right, so FOIP and VoIP are our systems in-game. VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol, and FOIP, which I termed way back in 2019, Face over Internet Protocol. So VoIP gives us spatialized audio where you can hear and be heard within the universe. Whether you've got a helmet on, you've got a different filter. If you're far away, you can hear that they're far away. But we added Face to that way back in 2019. So it's cool because you can place video calls, you can speak and see each other speak in the game, and you can take fun selfies like this. So again, I mentioned, it's back in 2019, so it's been in for a little while, but it hasn't really been updated so much since then. So the cool part about it, and I really got to mention, it's not a replacement for motion capture equipment. It's not a depth camera. It uses pretty much anybody's 2D-based web camera to track your face. So it can do great things, but it's got its limitations as well. What's kind of cool about it is that FOIP and VoIP are actually coupled. They're encoded and decoded together on the network super efficiently so that it's always in sync, and anybody that's worked on facial animation with audio data knows that sync is super important. So it's been used in expected ways and unexpected ways by the community. Let's have a look.
This is Wallace Klim.
Klim? What is it?
Seems someone's on a case. One of our Ninedales facilities was sacked last night. Total loss. The bunker was destroyed.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
This isn't what they said it would be.
Subject has crossed the perimeter.
Most people don't associate ladies like us with Salvage, do they, Shell? That's right, Mel. In fact, we're the best in the whole system at Salvage, aren't we, Mel? That's right, Shell. And you look like you get about a bit.
I'll do it. You need a break.
What? No. You're up there in what? Your underwear just drinking hooch or something and just singing away?
Wait, we have hooch?
Hi, I'm Natronics, and you're watching Redline, your source for adventurous stories throughout the verse.
The name's Brad. Agent Davina Brad.
Excuse me, Captain? I'm Aaron Baxter.
We topped off yet, Aaron Baxter?
Just about, sir.
Good. I don't want to spend another second on it.
Something we have in common, sir.
Hey. Yeah.
It was that day when I met Mr. President that my life changed for the better.
Eat that apple.
Apples. You were never supposed to know any of this, Detective. You were supposed to die. at Safe Haven.
Rachel.
Rachel's dead.
Hey man, I'm back again. You have any hats? Oh dude, I read the cap. What are you looking at, sir? Go away.
So that was all content made by the community, and I love it. I love it. I think it's awesome, bugs and all. But there's probably some improvements that we can make for that. So one of the big ones that we've made is head rotation tracking. It's actually something we were already doing to do head tracking in first person, but we never could move the head around on the actual character itself, which we've been able to do. Some cool stuff like range of Jared?
Yeah, Sean?
Can we just, let's just do a fake video call. Can we do a fake video call?
Oh, you know we can do a fake video call, Sean.
All right, cool. So let's call one of my guys, Oliver Cook. He's been working on some new tracking updates.
Hey, Sean, and a big hello to everybody at CitizenCon. How's it going?
Hey, Ollie. It's great to see you. Everyone's having a great time. I see you're using FOIP. Where are you?
Drive. That's correct. I'm sat here in the comfort of my own home, talking to you via the power of FOIP and my webcam. We've been working on FOIP recently, and we're starting to see some improvements to the quality of the tracking in-game.
That sounds awesome. Can you tell everyone what you've done to improve it?
Well, we started off by looking at what we originally had, and we realized that some mouth poses were really difficult to pull. So we focused on improving the range of motion of the mouth, which now looks like this. Hopefully, you can see there's more of a one-to-one relationship with what's going on in my webcam, and this has helped some of those problematic poses we were seeing before, one of which being a closed-lipped smile, which was quite difficult to achieve previously. We've also started to add in secondary motions that happen naturally when pulling combination face shapes, like squinting in the eyes when smiling or frowning. And when we combine these secondary motions with the wrinkle maps, it really goes to show just how much work has gone into these heads. Let's see how many wrinkle maps we can trigger, huh? And finally, one other thing we noticed was the tracking quality could be quite noisy in environments where the lighting is less than ideal. So to combat this, we've introduced tracking stabilization, which helps to reduce the amount of noise we get from the webcam. We're seeing positive results in low light conditions, but we're also seeing a small quality boost in optimal lighting conditions. The result is a more expressive and stable face, which is great for using in-game or making videos in the verse. And we still have a little ways to go with FOIP, but the future is bright for this feature, and we can't wait to see what wonderful things you use it for in the verse.
So I see you're in the character creator. Let's change how you look.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's change up my appearance here a little bit and see what we can make. The super cool thing about the character customizer is that it continues to track my face even when editing. And this is great if you want to see what FOIP will look like on your character before you commit to your appearance. Let's start off by changing my hairstyle, shall we? We have a bunch of cool hairstyles to pick from, and I used to have pretty long hair back in the day. So let's try and find something longer than I currently have. Okay, that's wild. Not quite what I'm looking for, but what else do we have? Dreadlocks. Super cool. Not what I'm after, though. Let's see here. There we go. Much better. The fun thing here is with the head tracking, it's much easier to rotate around and quickly see what I'm going to look like. Let's stick with that for now. That looks good to me. We can do the same for anything else in the customizer, but I'm going to go ahead and remove my beard here, because I want to show you that FOIP still works when changing the structure and characteristics of my actual face. We have a lot of heads in our customizer, and I'm just going to cycle through a few of them here to show you that whatever we choose, we're still tracking and we're good to go. We can even start to manipulate individual aspects of the face, with no detriment to the mapping onto the head. FOIP won't break when you combine these heads together. So if you just want to tweak a small aspect of your character, or take on the likeness of one of the heads included, you can do so, and test out exactly how the tracking is going to look based on your face movements in the webcam. You can now see I'm someone totally different, and we're having no troubles tracking. And if I don't like what I've picked, I can always just randomize here, which I think is a great way of not only showing the countless combinations of heads that we can make, but also that FOIP will continue to work with anything that we throw at it. I think I'm looking pretty good here, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, good. I think it's pretty unique to Star Citizen. Thanks a lot for showing it.
Anytime. And I hope everybody has an awesome sitcom. See you later.
It's pretty cool.
All right, that's great, Sean. But the reliability of our voice transmission has been a bit spotty, with many players reporting quality loss or even full audio loss. What are we doing to improve the overall infrastructure behind VoIP and FOIP?
Well, first of all, we've heard you. We know. We've tried it. And it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the voice service and a total overhaul of the voice server. This is actually important, and we need to do this anyways, because we have to update the voice infrastructure for the much larger shards that are coming. So this is going to improve reliability and the voice quality. So one of the biggest things that we're going to be doing for you guys is to make sure that you have feedback in the game for when this is working and when this is not working. When you're transmitting, when you're receiving, you really have to know. So whether that's picture-in-picture, whether that's an icon telling you you're transmitting, these are all going to be things that we're adding as we go forward with these features.
Cool. Good stuff.
What? Am I done?
Should we get Gabe back on? Yeah, let's get Gabe back in here.
Hey.
Okay, there's room for 4.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on stage now.
It's a bit crowded, right?
Can we kick Sean?
Yeah, we can. I think we should kick Sean. Bye, Sean. Certainly do it.
Bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean. All right, now we've made some friends, we've joined parties, and we even kicked some people. That's super great. But what if you're new to the game? Ben, behind you. Oh! The guide system. So we've introduced the guide system on the web a while ago. And this allowed new players and experienced players to match up, basically for a new player to get training and learning the ropes. Wait, are we bringing it in the game? Yeah, of course we are.
So, ultimately, we want to encourage you all to help one another. And it's very important for a game as large and as complex as Star Citizen is. And while we're improving how we teach you the game, it's irreplaceable to have another player by your side showing you the ropes. So, we want to keep the guide types from the website, because there's already a lot of good ones there. And they already cover a very wide variety of gameplay. And as we add more game systems, more guide types are going to get added too. And base building's a great example of that, which is a little teaser there for tomorrow.
No teaser, your tease.
Oh, yeah. But now, how do you become a guide? So now there's going to be a list of requirements that you've got to meet. And this list will require you doing content like contracts, beacons, or many other things as well. And ultimately, once you've checked that list, you can then opt in to become a guide. And really, we've done this because we wanted becoming a guide to really mean something, both to yourself, to other players, so they can rely on your experience. But why become a guide? Out of the goodness of your own hearts?
No.
You want to get paid. Some of you love to help, and a lot of you already are. But while I don't have time to get into specifics today, there are going to be rewards available for those of you that do put the effort in.
Because we like to get paid.
You do like to get paid. But ultimately, we want you to want to help.
All right. So I've been doing a lot of guide stuff, and I've reached a guide level in a field that I like doing tons of content on. Or I'm a new player, and I need training in a key area. How does this all tie together? Let me answer my own question. It ties into beacons, trust, and rating systems. Or as we say internally, beacons, but actually good. Yeah. So beacons have been in the game for a while, but we are juicing them up.
Yeah, so let's look at how we're juicing them up. So first off, tying into the guide stuff, we're adding a new type of beacon. So guide beacons. It means that if you are a guide, you'll be able to respond to them. If you need a guide, you broadcast them. And if you need a guide, you can be certain that whoever responds to them knows their stuff. So this is obviously good for new players needing to learn the game, but even seasoned players like yourselves, you're going to have a great use for this because there's always something new to learn in the verse. So you just post your question, you broadcast it out, the guides get alerted, they can accept it, contact you, and once you have the information you need, you take the beacon down, get out there, and use your newfound knowledge. So obviously, there's many different types of guide beacons here, but we're also adding more categories to service beacons.
Now, all this beacon stuff sounds fine, but let's be honest. I have a friend, not me, but every time they use a beacon, they get ganked. How are we going to do? What are we going to do to make sure that whoever is answering my call for help is trustworthy?
Are you sure that's your friend and not you? Yeah, okay. So we've got a few ways of tackling this, and one of them is actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guilds shortly. But that could be money, reputation, or potentially other rewards as well.
Because we like getting paid.
And ultimately, that keeps the cost down for the people that need help, but rewards the people that are helping. And this actually finally makes it viable to do beacons for whatever profession you like to do. Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few. But if you misbehave and you fail the beacon, there's no payout for you. So that's one incentive. The other is that we're adding a proficiency rating. Responders can earn that rating by successfully completing service beacons. You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region. So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want to help you out. Then let's say you're not very good, or you like to misbehave a lot. Failing a beacon will result in losing rating, and then repeat offenders will enter the red zone.
The bald zone.
And then only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure. So we're putting a lot of focus on making the system difficult to exploit as well, in the many different ways that it can be right now. So criminal types, like you, Benoit, will have to get much more creative.
So yeah, that's all great from the beacon broadcaster's perspective, right? Pretty cool stuff. But they're not the only ones getting ganked. The beacon responders, they're also in a bad position. So what are we doing for the beacon responders? Well, we want to give you some idea of the risk you're putting yourself into by responding to the beacon. So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some help to repair here, well, you can see their last 5 recent beacons that they've broadcasted. They have 2 neutral ones. Something's gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad. They have been up to something. But they have also been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed. And yeah, I think that's it for beacons. So, well,
we've got
AJ?
one more big thing I guess we need to talk about, right? Which we're really excited for.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. That is exciting. I like this one.
Did someone mess with the slides?
In Sweden, we call this a double barrel.
Well, it's not time for lunch just yet. So, who would like to talk about player organization?
That's all right.
It sounds like we've got a few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you talked about this a while ago, right?
It's been 84 years. So I was originally asked to outline the original ideas behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project. A younger Ben, big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy I am that we're finally tackling this task and this design in the game to truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC. There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website. 69,999 of them of decent size, and then test. Ridiculous.
Too big.
But all of those have custom identities, logos, charter. The amount of creative and high-quality content you guys have always produced has always amazed us and inspired us. Those orgs range from a small group of friends with just the name to large companies spanning a large amount of players with the intent to share wealth, missions, and campaigns together. Now we want to make those orgs matter in the game. Should you choose to join or create an organization, we want this social aspect to be part of your progression. But don't let me spoil it. Let's get a real designer to cover this stuff. JJ, you are a self-proclaimed big MMO player yourself, so why don't you give us the details?
I didn't realize I went around self-proclaiming so much, but thank you. But as an MMO player, I understand that different terminology is used in a lot of different games, so I just wanted to very quickly go over how we're using it in Star Citizen. So orgs, as many of you know, the players coming together to achieve a goal, whatever you want your goals to be. We give you the framework and you set it up and drive it forward. And we were going to shout a few of them out, but I was actually told we couldn't play favorites, so we actually made our own. So we've got the Fellowship of JJ
and the Bolt's Fault Buccaneers.
Those
What?
guys.
You guys made your own orgs?
Yeah, we kind of left you out. Sorry about that, James.
We also have NPC factions, and they're already in the game. And you can earn or lose reputation with them. Now, contracts and doing nice things will earn you rep. And killing and stealing and all of that horrible stuff you love, Ben, that will lose you rep. Ling and Redwind and the ones that you can see on there are just a few examples, and there's going to be a lot more to come going forward. Now, there are also guilds, like the Interstellar Transport Guild. And these are essentially collections of several factions, and we're putting them in a position to be more prevalent.
What? You're saying there's something bigger than factions?
Oh, yeah. So they're going to be something you interact with a lot, and they essentially handle contracts for the factions. But you will earn rep with both still, but as the bigger entity, the guild will be much more important. And you'll find out a lot more about guilds tomorrow at the Stars My Destination presentation at the end of tomorrow.
Again, a tease.
But now we can dive into some of our new org systems.
Yes. Let's start with the basics. I want to find or I want to recruit for an org.
Yeah, so welcome to the new app for everything orgs.
Tease with the mask.
So orgs can be big and complex, and as we said, some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So let's have a look at it.
Now, I'd like to point out that the Fellowship of JJ, like every designer-based org, is really focused on things like progression gameplay and mission and crafting and leveling up. But my Bolt's Fault Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal. Now, we don't do any of that stuff. Now, we're in it for profit, interdiction lines, shipboarding action. We get all that sweet cargo for free.
For free? That sounds pretty illegal, Ben.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's in those crates?
Slam!
Anyway, it sounds like you guys might be interested in joining some big orgs. Well, I prefer something smaller. So I think it's fair to say that we like playing in different ways and will want to join different orgs. The recruitment tab is the place to find them. So we're giving you the tools to promote your org to potential members in order to give a best first impression to them.
I've just noticed that, Ben. You might want to have a word with Rich. It looks like...
What?
Like he doesn't want you.
No way. I'll have to speak with him.
Anyway, yes. So we're adding filters for when you're basically trying to find a home. And we want to cater to all types of players because we're a massive game, right? And orgs are combining tons of different gameplay in tons of different ways. So you can search by name if there's an infamous org you've encountered out there in the verse or online. You can search by size. So if you're after a big and active org like me, or a small and more close-knit org like Gabriel. Then you can also search by the gameplay focuses you enjoy. So maybe you love trading in PvP, or maybe you like events like the Daymar Rally. Safe, yeah. So I guess you'd end up searching for, say, social and racing, maybe?
What if I love committing crime and roleplay, asking for a friend?
What's that got to do with the presentation? Anyway, you can search for whatever you like, and if it's not there, why not just create it yourself?
So, we allowed you to join multiple orgs back in 2014. I can still do that, right?
Oh, yeah. So we're keeping it supported, and we're actually doing the Star Citizen thing, and we're going one bigger.
One bigger.
So we're giving you an additional one to join when we actually bring it into the game, too. And we wanted to keep it because we've all played games where it's far too limited. Like, one org per character just isn't enough for a game this size.
Yeah, and here you get an idea of what the full screen will look like. It's going to be your one-stop shop for joining or finding players for your org. So let's have a look at the core functions and features to look forward to in the rest of the app. This is the Summary tab. On here, you can select one of your orgs that you're in on the left-hand side, and you'll see, well, a summary, a lot of at-a-glance information. So we'll introduce some of these one at a time. So first off, announcements and org information. Simple stuff. You use them how you want to. Also, we're adding an events log. So in here, you'll get a summary of important events within the org and changes to org statuses or settings. In short, these things, well, it's a big verse, and it's easy to miss cool things that happen in your org. And these features will help you stay on top of the day-to-day life of being an org member.
Okay, we're also adding an events calendar. So by default...
This is really cool. I really like that.
So by default, it's going to be populated with our in-game events, so you never miss a thing. But more importantly, you'll obviously be able to add your own as well. So you'll never miss another meetup to get together for group content. It's tough to get everyone on at the same time, right? So use this for your Convoy Tuesdays, Casual Fridays, holding hands in Horizon Saturdays, whatever you want.
Getting crushed by the Buccaneers on Monday.
That's Gabriel's favorite.
It is my favorite.
Remember that it is our intent that all the features we're looking at here are available on Spectrum as well, allowing you to access this info even if you're not in the game. This applies to parties, comms, friends, and all other functions. So I can join multiple orgs, like the Buccaneers, the Corvette Club, or the Slam Truckers. But how will others see me in the verse if I have multiple choices? Surely I need to pick a banner.
So that's covered by something new called representing. And it's actually quite similar to the existing affiliation main status system on the website. So if you're in multiple orgs, you choose which one you want to represent, but you can only represent one at a time. Now, there are ongoing benefits for being in orgs, which we'll get to in a minute, but choosing who you represent asks which one you want to benefit from at any given time. But why? Well, we wanted to support players who like to play with different groups of friends. But we didn't want players who are just in one to be at a major disadvantage to those that are in the full six. Because really, joining multiple orgs should be your choice and not feel like it's a necessity.
And there's no need for you to switch which org you're representing to see things like this Moby screen or org chat. But we want to put limitations on how often you can switch to avoid exploiting the systems. And we don't want to punish anyone who's, playing by the rules. And a big part of representing is visualizing it in-world. We want you to be able to fly your banner for your org. So we're adding another MMO staple to the game. Tags.
Oh, nice.
So the org leader will be able to set a tag for the org, and this gets appended to the name while you're representing. So you can easily see who is in which org at a glance. So we'll have it in chats, in world. And if you're not interested in this stuff, well, you have the option to turn it off as well.
How novel! We'll be able to identify people around us.
Wow.
JJ, I'm curious. You mentioned guilds before, and I'm guessing they fit into this somehow.
Yes, so you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is it? So, it's your opportunity to form a relationship between org and in-game guild. Now, just as you in personal rep with the guilds, you can with your org now as well. So your org leaders pick which one you want to align with, and while representing, org members doing specific action, like contracts with them, will increase the org's alignment with the guild. But which guild should you pick? So all of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme or benefits your org the most. So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild. Or one that enjoys making cash through trading and hauling, they'd probably want to align with the Interstellar Transport Guild.
Yeah, so how do these benefits work? Well, as your alignment with a guild, as it raises, you both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits. So, for example, if I align my org with the Academy of Science Guild, we might get research speed improvements. As my org performs contracts for this guild, alignment raises, and that speed benefit gets better. And needless to say, other guilds will have other types of benefits. Finally, on guild alignment, you are not locked in forever. You can switch at any time. However, that will put your alignment back at 0, so it's a big choice.
So every member gets full benefits.
Well, not necessarily. We're also introducing loyalty. So it's similar to the org's alignment with a guild, but this represents your relationship to the org you're in. Anything you do that benefits the org while you are representing it will gain you loyalty with them. So for example, you could be doing missions for the org-aligned guild, or you could be depositing money and materials into org storage.
Org storage?
Another
tease. Ooh.
Ultimately, we wanted to encourage long-term membership because we don't think you should just be able to join a well-established org and then just get everything instantly for no effort. So to put it simply, having low loyalty limits what you gain from the org's alignment benefits, and having high loyalty gives you full access. We also wanted org leadership to be able to view members' current loyalty and use it as a tool to reward appropriately with things like ranks and permissions. And then loyalty resets to 0 when you leave an org, so there's some incentive for sticking around.
Wait, does that mean I lose my loyalty if I change my representation away?
No, so not representing puts your contributions or ongoing benefits on hold. So when you start representing again, you essentially just pick up where you left off.
But what if I leave the org?
It's not very loyal, so it resets.
Right. Well, so, you know, in my org, my Buccaneers, they're mostly scoundrels, and so they tend to join and leave, and, you know, it's not very loyal in general. Larger orgs, they tend to be a pain to manage, though. With the flow of joiners and leavers, do we have any tools to help managers like me?
Well, let's have a look at the Members tab. So this is less complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important. This is where you see the community of your org and your place in it. So in here, you'll be able to manage members, you can leave notes, and see the ranks of members. And as we did with the friends list and the party list, we're adding rich presence in here as well. This is the rank panel. It gives you a clear indication where you sit within the community. And you'll see permissions on here, but that's something that we'll delve more into at a later date. For now, I'll just say that the leader might be able to determine permissions for each rank, and, well, it could be things like inviting new members or accessing org storage.
Stop teasing us with org storage! God!
Come on.
So, all right, so orgs form and friendship and animosities build up. Maybe my Buccaneers and the Fellowship of JJ don't really see eye to eye most of the time. Would be great for this to translate in-game, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it? So yeah, it's a good job we got it covered, which is with our new alliances and rivalry system. So you're going to have the ability to create alliances and go to war. And there are many reasons to make friends. You might want to have trading partners, or you might want to group up for protection if you're playing somewhere like Pyro. And at the same time, there are probably going to be many reasons why you won't get along. Maybe an org keeps attacking or stealing from you. Alliance is forming an agreement between two org leaders, and it has to be mutual. You can't force someone to be friends.
Unlike real life.
Requests are sent from the screen if you have permission, and you could respond here as well. And as a bonus, allied orgs are going to have additional lines of communication, like Alliance chat, or being able to share Alliance events on the calendar, just to name a few.
So, rivalry, that isn't a mutual agreement. If someone decides you're their rival, well, tough luck. However, you could reach a mutual agreement to make a truce, putting you back at neutral. And there's no real benefit to having rivals, so we want to make them easy to identify. That's why alliances and rivalries tie directly into hostility indicators. So just like now, you'll be able to see neutral contacts in white and party members show up in blue, whereas your org wingman will come in a dark green and your allied orgs in a paler green. Your rivals will show up in red.
Or people in your kill list.
The kill list. People on your kill list that we mentioned before will also show up in red or orange. If you're not, well, they're not legal to attack. That's the go straight to jail card if you kill them here. So we'll be adding accessibility options for this stuff as well, to make sure that everybody can benefit from these updates.
So that's everything for orgs today, but it's just the tip of the social iceberg. And we didn't have time to show you everything, but there's lots more to show in the future. And we're super excited because we finally get to deliver it.
Yeah. Now, what have we learned? We're upgrading Star Citizen social tools to MMO size. With a new social app in the MobiGlass, proper tools to manage parties with rich presence, ready check, and ship information. Richer chat with the niceties normally present in every game. A new party finder, a system that allows you to find players to play with. Revamped beacons and guide system powered by rating and proficiency. On orgs, we're bringing orgs in the game. We're obviously with a new orgs app, but also alignment. So you align your org with a guild and get benefits for your members, representations, which identifies you in the verse and gives you benefits, and loyalty to your orgs, and alliances and rivalry to identify friend from foe. And now, we're going to leave you with a short video to end on because we couldn't show everything we're working on. But what would it look like in the unlikely event where our two powerhouse orgs came together as one?
And my org, right?
Yeah, it's a little teaser for tomorrow's Crafting Your Home presentation and what you can build together as an org, and teasing something else coming in the future. Have a great CitizenCon, guys. See you there.
See ya.
Sometimes it's just the simple things, isn't it? Like, put that crap on a shirt. All right, so we're at our midway point of day one, guys. We're going to take about a 45-minute to 60-minute break, depending on some technical stuff that we're going to figure out backstage. This is your chance to go get some food, go to the bathroom, stretch your hammies, whatever you entertain yourself for the next 45 minutes. But come right back. We're coming back with the cosplay contest and then 2 presentations. I promise it's only up from here. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in about an hour. Am I on? I'm on TV.
Yeah, I speak French.
Parlez-vous français?
Je parle français.
That's all I got. I'm gonna do fromage. All right.
Nice. Merci.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Like I said, we added an extra 15 minutes to that to get us on schedule and stuff because that 5:30 thing has to be like right at 5:30. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. We are back in Hall B, which is what we colloquially refer to as the UEE Barbary. This is our Bengal hangar here. Let's go ahead and take a look around. Do a spin around. People see me enough. No. Show the thing. There we go. Look at all those people. Say hi, everybody. You're on YouTube. My understanding is that if you're on YouTube, it automatically makes you a better person. All right. So we're going to take another walk in case you guys missed the beginning of the show. We're going to explore the hangar area of the UES Barbary. We're going to start over here. We made you wait before, but we're going to take a look at this big guy. Excuse me, everybody. Old man hobbling. Yes, were you going to... No, I'm on. Oh, wait, what do you want? What's going on? What's going on? All right, that's cool. Let's go do this.
Where am I going to?
All right, we are going to this thing. Now, this is the Hornet F7A made by our partners at Mango Stone. It is fantastic. Hey, let's do another tour of the... You know, CIG is. It's like, do you think we could do a Hornet? And we're like, yeah, we could probably do a Hornet. We could do a Hornet. And then we found out how big it is. Do you know the Hornet in-game, like the actual in-game measurements, are 75 feet by 75 feet as a perfect square? That thing is huge. This guy here is 50 feet by 50 feet and still the same size as an F-16. So yeah, the Hornet in game is very big. And Nate Dearsley, hold on, if you're watching, Nate, if you didn't make the Hornet so big, you wouldn't have had to make the Bengal so big. All right, let's keep looking. So this thing is pretty cool. Mango Stone is one of our trusted partners here. They've done all kinds of work for us. I asked them what we were going to do with the Hornet after CitizenCon, and we've got a lot of ideas. Nothing I can reveal today, but let's just say that CitizenCon this year will not be the last you see of this amazing 50 by 50 by, I forgot how tall it is. It's probably more than 3 or 4 feet. I like the lighting effect. Look at this gun. Let's go look at the... Who knows what gun this is? I mean, obviously it's Apocalypse Arms, but what model is it? Remnant? This is a Remnant? Oh, yeah. Now, one of the things Mango Stone is known for is making weapon props for major motion pictures. One of the movies that you might have seen their stuff from is The Force Awakens, where they made a lot of the Stormtrooper armor and all their weapons in kit for that movie. Let's get one last shot, one last wide establishing shot of the Hornet. See how really cool this thing looks. And then we're going to do something, here's something I can do that other people can't do. I can stand in here. Look, Mom, I'm getting in trouble. And go through here. Maybe go under this thing. I am making Tyler Wiccan very nervous right now. I'm going to go under this thing. I may not be able to run, but I can still get low. Hey, where's my camera? Can you still see me? Where'd he go? Oh, he went the long way. I thought I was going to outsmart you. All right, so we're going to check out the rest of Hall B. Follow me this way. These are the Star Citizens. Hi, Star Citizens. Where are you from?
Florida.
From Florida? Where in Florida?
Zephyr Hills, Tampa area.
Tampa?
Yeah.
You got a season pass to Disney?
No. We used to. Yeah,
Used
we
to.
got flooded out.
Ah, fair enough. Where are you from?
Just outside of London.
Just outside of London. Thanks for making the drive, man. Hey! Oh my gosh, embarrassing. We wore the same thing. Where are you from?
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. Wow, what brought you here?
Well, obviously.
It wasn't a trick question. I was just setting you up. It's all right. I haven't slept in about 3 days, so I'm like, what the heck? All right. Hey, no. I haven't slept in 3 days. Is this thing really here? You're seeing this too, right? All right. Ratty, what's your deal? You're like a technician? All right. Hornet technician, I'm guessing? A little bit? I'm thinking about doing something really dumb right now. No, I want to be able to come to work on Monday. Thanks for being here, Ratty. Rats are carriers of communicable diseases, so that's all right. What? Who said hey, Jared? You said hey, Jared.
I did.
Oh, you said hey, Jared. What's going on?
I wanted to give you this.
You want to give me something? Oh. So one of the great things about being here at CitizenCon is people hand me all manner of stuff. And then it goes in my pocket, and then it goes in the back, and by the end of the weekend, I have an entire bag full of stuff. And which is not so bad when you live here in the UK. When you have to travel back across the world, and you have a bag full of weird metal trinkets, TSA really loves that, but thank you. This is a challenge coin. Challenge coins are a staple of the Star Citizen community. How many orgs here have their own challenge coins? Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a pretty good rank. This is a what coin?
U.S. Army Aviation.
U.S. Army Aviation. Okay, hold on. I am getting older. I got to say without this. So United States Army Aviation. Nice. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You got your M1A jacket too. Yeah. I like yours.
Yeah, it's just a normal flight jacket.
Yeah, no, it's the inspiration for the ones we're selling right now. So yeah. Hello? Are we on? Hello. Am I back? All right, we're back. Hall A, cheer for me. All right, we made it through last year pretty good without any major issues, and then I saw those bingo cards show up on Reddit, and like the first square was technical issues, and I was like, no, we haven't had technical issues on one of these in a long time. And then this happens. Oh.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to CitizenCon. Here we are in the Addison Lounge. And thank you, Jared, for handing over. I think we lost you for a second there, Jared, from your voice. Thank goodness, is all I have to say. So here we are in the Addison Lounge, where we'll find all sorts of uninteresting people and devs and whatever else. I wonder if there's anyone around here we could possibly annoy. Why, hello, Benoit. How are you doing today?
Oh, fancy seeing you here. Awesome. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you, Benoit. You've had 2 amazing presentations already this morning. How are you feeling about the next ones?
Oh, I feel excited as hell for everything that's left at CitCon. I think everything is chef's kiss.
Beautiful. Are there any highlights from this morning? Any main takeaways from either of the 2 presentations you've given already?
Well, now that my stress level...
You're doing a good job, man.
Thank you.
You're doing great, too.
He's the man.
He is the man. So, highlights. Well, I mean, now that my stress level is down, I think both presentations were just stellar. I'm really happy with how it went, and I'm especially very proud of the teams that have shown content today, either being in the Social Universe panel or in the Star Engine Brave New Worlds panel. I think the teams have been working like crazy. They deserve a hand. Let's go, guys. Let's give it up for the teams from the first two panels. They were outstanding and have really given it their all, and it shows. And so for me, I can't really call a highlight, you know? I can't play any favorites. But damn, that Zeus exit was, wow. Cool.
Yeah. Big respect to everyone who worked on so hard on all the presentations today. So, as we mentioned, today's pretty stacked already. We've got a lot more to come. But how does this CitizenCon here in Manchester compare to years previous?
I couldn't believe we could do a bigger CitizenCon last year, and this one's one bigger. And so it's absolutely fantastic. It's also great to have the biggest office right next to the venue. Last year was really complicated logistic-wise, right? To get everybody on the same page, flying people over. Now everybody's on site. It's been fantastic. We brought the crews from these other studios in, but overall having everybody here has been great. Plus, I mean, look at this. We have a almost full-size Hornet in the place. This is absolutely incredible. I couldn't believe we were actually doing it when I actually heard about it. And seeing it for real is just completely mind-blowing. And I just want to sit in it. Jared, can I sit in it? Even I'm not allowed to sit in it.
Damn. So, does that mean next year's CitizenCon could feature a Hull C in Quebec?
Oh my God, that's the number one question I get all the time is, when are we going to get a CitizenCon in Montreal? I don't know, but I would love a Hull C or a Zeus, maybe. Maybe Zeus would be absolutely fantastic, you know? Because maybe that's a quick shout out I'd like to give is that the Zeus, I mean, tons of people have worked on it at CIG throughout, but this is really the first ship that is completely done from the Montreal team. And so I feel especially privileged to have, put it in the video and then released it in this patch. It's an absolute fantastic ship. So I'm super happy about it.
I have a question I'd like to ask Benoit.
Yeah.
When are we going to be able to watch CitizenCon and ISC and everything in-game?
Is that a feature request, sir?
It is a feature request.
It's a feature request. Okay, all right. Well, I'm not going to give you dates. We're definitely going to put that feature request to the test and see if CR approves it. We'll see.
We'll put it with all the other feature requests in the bin.
That's right. No.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Benoit. Wonderful to chat. We're going to throw over to Dan. Thanks very much, guys. Catch us after the break.
See you guys around later.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, Benoit Bassaja. Awesome, guys. Welcome back to the interstitial hall. The interstitial, where we are back in the hall here at CitizenCon 2954. Little bit of housekeeping. We just have to give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Versa, who helped make CitizenCon possible this year. Thank you, Versa, for all you do to help make Star Citizen and CitizenCon possible. We also misnamed Scan Computers a Scan PC. Sometimes when you're running around with people talking in your ear and things you have to do, you mix up names. So thank you guys for being awesome sponsors and helping make CitizenCon possible. Now, I was told specifically to avoid talking about that because Jared just did that, so we're going to gloss over the Hornets. So come, follow me. We have some awesome stuff here on the show floor at CitizenCon. We are so happy to have you guys back in Manchester, and we hope you guys are having an awesome show. Now, if you guys haven't been here yet, the General Lounge is filled with people who are excited. Everyone say hi! That was a little lackluster. We'll try again later. Now, guys, there's a ton of stuff, but first I want to throw it over to my good friend Galactica. We have the cosplay competition brought to you by Toby, so I'm going to throw it over to Galactica. I think we have some pretty cool costumes to show you guys, so Galactica, take it away.
citizens, I hope you all had a wonderful lunch break. How many of you guys had some torpedo burritos? Okay, and how many of you had some Big Bennies? All right, clearly we know what the crowd favorite is. Well, welcome to the 2954 cosplay competition by Toby Gaming. For those of you who don't know me, I am Galactica, our senior social media manager, and I run all of our socials for all things Star Citizen and CIG. And joining me on stage, we have our lovely judges, starting with lead character tech artist Armando. And up next, we have principal tech artist, Forrest. And last, we have our creative director, Katz. Our judges today will be judging contestants based on creativity, stage presence, quality of craftsmanship, and authenticity. This year, we're doing things a little bit different. Previously, we did a first, second, and third place. However, instead of doing that, this year, we're going to be rewarding people based on the following categories, starting with Best in Show, Most Creative, Best Performance, and for our fourth one, you guys get to decide because we're doing Audience Favorite. This year, for our prizes, let's talk about that for a minute. Who here has ever heard of a Tobii eye tracker? Quite a bit of you, okay. And how many of you guys have actually used one before? Okay, awesome. So if you're not familiar with the Tobii eye tracker, it is the only device that is capable of tracking both head and eye movements, allowing you to take your Star Citizen immersion to the next level through effortlessly following your targets, locking on with just a glance, bringing your character's facial animations to life, and more. So now for the prizes, our Best in Show winner will receive a Tobii Eye Tracker 5, complete with an accessory bundle, which includes a mounting kit, carrying case, and a tripod bracket. All of our other winners will also receive a Tobii Eye Tracker 5, and they don't know this yet, and I'm announcing this on stage, but all of our contestants will also receive an RSI Zeus MK2 ES with LTI and a game package.
Ooh.
All right. Are you guys ready to see our contestants today? Awesome. Contestants, let's get the show rolling. Our first contestant is Shiley. Shiley is cosplayed as a Pyro bounty hunter. Shiley, I'm going to have you stand right here. All right, and our second contestant today is Hydrosa, who is cosplaying as an advocacy agent.
Oh!
Hydrosa, I'm going to have you come right over here. You were here last year, you know the drill. And our third contestant is Faber Finn, cosplaying as a mining worker.
Woo!
Oh, that one is cool.
Yeah!
I think I've seen this outfit on ISC at one point. All right, and for our fourth contestant, we have Cat Goddess dressed as Molly. If you saw our commercials from last year's IAE, you might recognize her. Oh, what do we have here? Pico!
Oh!
Who wants a Pico?
Oh! The judges are over here. Thought we had a deal.
Bribing the audience, I think. All right, and up next we have Amon Grask, who is a Xi'an diplomat.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit. That's so cool.
It's a real life character.
Yeah.
I love it.
Really cool.
All right, and our sixth contestant is Little Drift Boy as Garmin Humble, another IAE fan favorite.
Oh, sheesh.
Oh! I think I've worn that
Complete
armor
with the
before.
burrito, I see. All right, and up next we have Dana as Pico the plushie.
Oh! Woo!
All right. Just making sure you can see with that thing, okay? And we have another Pico up next, Carlito.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, he's got a snowboard.
What?
And last but not least, we have Kin Shadow as a duster.
Oh. Oh, nice. That's sick.
Wow.
بدرب كله بالحلي يكون واعي. بدرب الصفر.
All right, now that we have all of our contestants on stage, judges, feel free to come take a closer look, ask questions, and let me know when you're ready to make your final call.
All right.
Yeah, these.
You fight crime.
Nice.
And eat
Good
burrito.
detail.
Did you fight the crime first or did you eat the burrito first? Nice.
Right.
Nice.
Kat is asking Garmin
No, you cannot.
Humble if he fought crime today.
All right.
Really good. That's the best thing.
Oh, good to see you. How you been?
Exactly.
Oh, good. Yeah, doing great. Doing great. All right, yeah. Still one of my favorites.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. This is great. The mining outfit.
Is it true you guys eat pellets?
That's right. So how'd you do that? Couple LEDs? Oh, that is so cool. Little patch. Let's see, can you turn around for us? Yeah. Got the retro reflective shader on you? Yeah.
That's amazing.
All right. Very cool.
Can you do the Garmin?
How many followers do you have? How's Orson?
Awesome.
Good than you?
Love it.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very nice. Look at this.
What is it made of?
I do not speak Xi'an. But
Together, and then the majority of all the armor is all.
very good. But I feel like we can. Yeah. Oh, this is impressive. Oh. All right.
Does the helmet
Wow.
have any
Yes. That's what I'm talking about.
Ah.
That's what I wear when I'm playing.
It's all right.
Nice. Oof. Will you stop squeaking for a second? I'm trying to concentrate.
Always ready.
Always ready.
Hey.
Got a spare one strapped because obviously you don't want to lose money.
All right.
Of course.
Very good. Very good.
Nice.
Very nice.
يا
Okay,
ده
look,
تصفروا للحمر لا يربح ولا الماينين ولا ده الرمادي الشيء الآخر كل شيء ما عجبنيش صراحة.
Where to even begin?
فيكم ما عجبنيش بصراحة صراحة.
You really wagged that thing. Yeah. All right. Extra points for you.
1 2 3 4 البانو شوية بانو.
Yeah.
1 2
Oh, here we go.
3 4 يلا.
Down the snowy slopes. Microtech. All right. Awesome. Yes. 3D scan you, put you in the game. All right, awesome. Fantastic. All right,
You gonna give that out?
cool. How great were all they?
Okay.
Real life players, real life characters.
You're choosing. Have him make some noise.
Oh my gosh. Okay, real quick, judges, are you good to turn your mics off?
Yes.
All right, if we can turn the mics off for our judges while they decide who our winners are going to be. Give me a little test. All right, I think the mics are off. All right, cool. In the meantime, Hydrosa has given me a tiger claw to give out to the audience. And, oh, are you giving me one too? Okay, let's do this. So I don't want to chuck this thing because it's quite heavy. But if you have not gone to the community booth section yet, there might be a device that you can put this into that will maybe redeem a prize in game. How do we want to give this out? Let's see. All right, I want you guys to make the loudest noise. All right, let me see. I want to see who's the most hype. The most hype. All right, all right. All right, all right. White shirt over there. Come to the front of the stage. He knows who he is. There you go.
Thank you.
And then we have a med pen. I think we have to give this to the ones with the med gowns, clearly. Oh, we got two. Let's go. Med gowns, come up here. You know what? I do not regret this decision. Thank y'all. All right, judges, how are we looking? You need more time? You guys are good? All right, so starting with our Best in Show, Forrest, let us know, who is our Best in Show winner today?
Well, everyone's a Best in Show winner, but there can only be one.
Shoot us.
The Xi'an Diplomat.
Wow, later. Wow. Nice.
All right, Armando, can you tell us who is our Best Performance winner?
Yeah, it was pretty hard, but we're gonna go with Pico.
What a clue.
Congratulations. And Kat, what do you got for us for most creative?
Anyone that stops crime and eats burritos in armor that good a quality is the most creative. So it's Garmin Humble, guys.
Awesome. All right, so you guys are all right next to each other. Okay, if we could have you guys step forward. Now we're going to do you as well. Oh, you might need help. That's okay. We got you. Garmin Humble's here if you need extra help too. Okay, so now we have to decide our audience favorite. So let's do this. We're gonna come over here with our judges, and we're gonna go one by one to see how much hype you guys can give our contestants to find out who is going to win our audience favorite. Sound good? Cool. All right, so let's give it up for Duster. That's a lot of hype. All right, and next, let's give it up for Pico. All right, and then we have Molly.
Yeah.
All right, and now we have our minor.
Yeah, الماينر ما يصير بالراجل.
And our advocacy agent. And last, our pyro bounty hunter. All right, judges, let me come back over here. This is a very long stage. Who are we thinking? All right, the judges have decided, and our audience favorite is Duster.
Yeah, Duster. Yeah, just تعرف سمعي.
Awesome. And as I mentioned before, our prizes today are supplied by Toby, who's actually here with us. Toby, welcome Toby on the stage, everybody. Can I borrow two of you guys to carry some of the prizes, and we'll take a picture? Come up here too. Here, I'll. Can you hold that? Can you hold that? If you can't hold it, I can hold it for you. Here, I'm gonna turn it this way. Here you go. There you go. Okay. All right. All right, and then we got one more. Here we go. All right, let's give it up to our winners. All right, thank you, Toby, so much for supplying the prizes. As I mentioned before, all of our contestants will be getting an RSI Zeus. And all of our contestants, if you don't mind coming together so we can all get a picture together. All right, thank you so much for joining us for the 2954 cosplay competition by Toby.
Please leave, sorry. You need to move, sorry.
Yeah, el banco. Oh my god.
In a world where the Vanduul have attacked, one ship will make it so that the lives lost will be avenged. That's right. The UEE Retribution is here at CitizenCon 2954. I have the creators of this amazing model. We have Pigeon Spaceport here. You guys have done an amazing job creating an awesome thing. Is there anything you guys would like to quickly say before we get into questions?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you guys so much. I quickly ran down here, so I forgot to grab my note cards. Let me do this off my phone. Quick question. How many total pieces is the UE Retribution? Yeah.
About when the 3D printing finish for the Retribution is around 300 in total. 300 pieces.
300 pieces. That is a lot of pieces for, I mean, it's a big ship, so that definitely makes sense. How many people worked on creating the UEE Retribution?
一共有多少人在工作去完成这个惩戒的模型？
有15个人左右，然后我们所有的团队成员都几乎为他参与过工作。
So it is around 15 people, and almost everyone in the crew have worked on for the Retribution model.
Sorry, was that 15 or 50?
15.
Still a lot of people. That's still a lot of people. And as you can see, there's a lot of detail in here, so that makes sense. Can you briefly explain the process between taking the concept of the Retribution and then making it into this massive physical model? What was that process like?
可以简短的讲述一下是如何从概念做到模型上面这个部分的。
是这样的，我们先从网络上面搜索所有的关于惩戒的图片，然后我们将这些图片素材用于我们的建模。我们完成建模以后，我们会进行3D 打印，然后来制作。
So we searched on the internet to find all the images we could find for the Retribution. Then we bring all the images we could find into the 3D printing.
然后关于它的颜色，这个颜色的话，我们是根据我们对于星际公民中的飞船配色认知，然后来自行设计的。
So about the coloring that we use the Retribution is based on our understanding of the colors Star Citizen use in the game. So with some of our understanding and the interpretation of the color that we use in Retribution.
Amazing, guys. And one last quick question before we just kind of stare at this amazing ship. What's your favorite detail of the ship?
你最喜欢的惩戒的细节是什么？
是尾部的喷口，因为尾部的喷口在汉房间中亮起来的时候，那种照亮整个墙震撼感是无可比拟的。
So his favorite part of the Retribution is the main thrust lightening of the ship, because when you light it up, it will lighten up the whole room, the whole wall, and it's very amazing and beautiful.
Well, thank you, guys. Let's take a look at that lighting. We'll get you guys into position for the next bit right now. So let's take a quick look at the Retribution. This thing is amazing. It is massive. It's probably over, I would say, 10 feet long. This thing is huge. It's been at previous bar Citizens that we've had in Asia. It's awesome to have it here at CitizenCon. We're really, really happy that this thing made it to Manchester. It is so much detail in such a small amount of space, but it's not that small. It's massive. So Yeah, we're really, really happy to have it here. Now we're going to follow me. We're going to go to the next thing they brought. I don't know if anyone's really seen this before. I'm going to throw it over to Sam. Sam, why don't you throw us to this awesome bit right over here?
Absolutely, Dan. So, we have an amazing model of everyone's favorite Paul Olisar right here, near and dear to my heart. Many a year have I spent easily and quickly getting to the ASOPs and buying things and getting rammed off of my pads by unruly and griefers. So, I have a couple more questions for you guys about this build, if that's okay. What's this model made out of?
奥丽莎的是用什么做成的？
奥丽莎它主要的结构是由3D 打印所制作，但是在其中我们加入了一些金属梁，用于增强稳定。
So mainly the Port Olisa is made by 3D printing, basically the resin, and we also add the main metal structure to make it more solid.
Wow, that's really cool. So, do you know roughly how much does it weigh?
你知道它大概有多重吗？
大概在700公斤左右。
So it's roughly around 700 kilograms.
Wow, that must have been a challenge to get over here to this country. So, when you were building this, what would you say was the most difficult part of putting this build together?
在制作的过程中，哪个部分是最困难的？
是停机坪区域，停机坪区域中的就是停机坪表面难度在于，在我们的比例下，它的厚度将只有4毫米厚，我们要确保它在如此薄的情况下还不产生变形。
So it's a landing pad area. So on the surface of the landing pad, by the scale we are using to make for the Olisa, we have to make it not bending. With like just a few millimeter to make it still solid.
这个停机坪的下部也是个非常大的挑战，因为下部有非常多的结构交叉在一起，这对于我们建模的工作量来说是个非常大的工程。
So also the bottom part of the landing pad, because there's so many structural intersections, they're so complex, so it was really hard for us to modeling.
No, I can imagine. It is a really interesting kind of station, and I'm sure everybody was just as sad as I was to see it go. Do you hope to see Port Olisar return to the verse someday?
所以你会期待奥丽莎的回归吗？
真的吗？你又说奥丽莎有可能回归的，那当然了，肯定的，那太好了。
So yes, really. So if the Olisa actually will come back, it will be so good and exciting to us.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really hope so too.
Yeah. I hope so too. I hope so too. Right. Thank you guys for talking about these. That was the amazing Pigeon Spaceport, guys. Do check them out online. Their stuff is absolutely amazing. I'm going to now pass over to my buddy, Dan, who is hanging out with the merch stand guys to show off some of the really cool stuff that we have here at CitizenCon. Over to you, Dan.
Oh, hi.
Oh.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. I know, I just come out of nowhere.
He just keeps doing
guys. Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. We're so lucky to have them and their awesome bits here at CitizenCon 2954. Now, I think it's time for you guys to see a bit of where I get my fashion from. So come follow me, guys. Come follow me this way. We'll make our way through the crowd. Let's get in line for the merch booth. Yeah, that's a long line. I don't think I want to wait in that line. So luckily I have the CIG access pass. Come follow me. We get to skip the line. Just a little secret for me and my many thousands of friends who are watching the stream. Come follow me this way. Right this way. Man, all these people are very excited for merch, and as they should be, because we have some awesome merch here at CitizenCon 2954. If you guys are interested in getting some, you can go onto robertspaceindustriescom/merch. Well, that should probably take you there. If not, you'll find it on the pledge store. But we have some awesome merch. Let's take a look. At the top, we have some brand new Pico the Penguin plushies. This Pico is Pico with an attitude. This is our Pico Black Ice plushie. This Pico has a new stepdad and feels a way about it. We are very excited to bring Pico back. We have a brand new Star Citizen cap. We have some awesome, see if you can get those stickers on the other side. I don't know if you are able to get that. We also have a pin set on the far bit there. We have a brand new desk mat, which looks awesome. Look at that desk mat.
Wow, that pod.
We also have some awesome physical merch. Let's see if I can squeeze past in here. I am absolutely going to ruin these people's day. We have some exclusive shirts for attendees. I'm just bull in a china shop. We have some cool giveaway packs. Everyone is working really hard on making sure people have that. Could I get a Zeus bomber jacket? They got me another Zeus bomber jacket. Thank you so much. I have one on, but take a look at this Zeus bomber jacket. So we have the interior lining. It's this awesome, like yellow-orange, like sort of a quilted pattern. It looks, and by the way, feels awesome. Now these do run a little small, so make sure you're getting a size up. Let's hold this up for the camera. Look at that. We also have, oh, that's gone forever. The cameraman just took that, and I will never get it back. We also have some cool details. We obviously have like this RSI. Hello there. We have some RSI like branding right here. We have some patches over here commemorating the Zeus Mark I. And we also have, out of the wrapper, a Pico the Penguin Black Ice Edition. This Pico has seen some things, but I can fix him. I swear I can fix him. We also have a bunch of awesome stuff. We have this UEE flag. Let's make sure that we're holding that up properly. Look at that. We have a UEE flag for you guys to celebrate your patriotism for a united empire of Earth. This thing is very long. It's kind of the Foundation Festival colors. I kind of like that it's, yeah, I'm going to steal that. That is mine, and you're not getting it back. What else we got? I know we have some more merch. Someone get me more merch. Oh, here we go. Thank you. We have a new keychain. Ooh, this is really nice. Camera guy, we got keychain. We have a bunch of cool stuff. I am being told, however, that I think that's all the merch that we can show because we want you guys to be here at CitizenCon getting it. So I think that's just enough time we have here at CitizenCon. I'm going to throw it back over. We're going to continue the show. We'll see you guys back here later. Take care.
They're saying ice it. I'm wearing jeans. It doesn't work through it. You know, people tried to get me to take my pants off backstage, and I'm like, no, I do it. How's the habit? It hurts. All right, guys. I think that's long enough of a break. Let's get back to some presentations. How about it? All right. We have the first of two amazing presentations. This next one, Dressed to Kill, is... well, what can I tell you? Who remembers CitizenCon 2016? Please welcome to the stage. Who is it? I can't see it. Oh no, it's supposed to say his name on there right now. Show me his name. Nick Beer!
أنا عرفته نيك.
Thank you. How's it going? Hello, hello. So my name is Nick Pierce, like Joe mentioned. It's my second CitizenCon, but it's my first time presenting. So I'm very excited to be here. And just on behalf of myself and the team, thank you so much for coming to this presentation. Thank you. With that said, I'm here to talk to you about an initiative that was first introduced right here at CitizenCon in 2019, and that's adding distinct purpose and specializations to armor and clothing in our game. So let's get started. So, Star Citizen is a game about almost everything where you can do almost anything, with so many different options of gameplay, whether that be mining, piloting, FPS combat, or even a captain of industry. Unlike other traditional MMOs, we don't impose rules or classes onto the player. In real life, people are not just one thing. I'm sure you can all relate. I've had many different jobs. I've not always been a game designer. In fact, it was only a week ago that I found out that Jared used to do tech support for prosthetic legs. It's true. You can ask him. That said, if you're like me, you like to excel at whatever you're doing. So that brings us on to the concept of specializations. This is about bringing more purpose, more considerations, and more decisions to armor and clothing you wear beyond just looking cool. So, what are they? Specializations are the focus of your current daily adventure. That could be a daring racing, a cargo hauler, or a first responder. Specializations are a series of attributes assigned to each piece of clothing and armor in the verse to allow you to make informed decisions on both how you want to look and how you want to perform. What are they not? Specializations are not assigned classes. There's no magic toggle where suddenly you're forced into a role like a cleric or a wizard or even a pizza delivery person. They also do not limit you. You can still do almost everything in any armor and clothing you want. You just won't do it as well as you could have if you had specialized. Why are these necessary? Well, specializations enhance gameplay depth. They add a level of roleplay and immersion. Specializations can provide a sense of ownership of your playstyle. At its core, SC is driven by choice, with specializations offering a deeper layer of player options. And that's the option to excel, to fool around, to min-max, or give yourself a unique challenge. Specialization allows us as developers to make gameplay experiences that are deeper and more complex. So whether you're a salvager, a bounty hunter, or a medic, there will be specialized suits that will help outperform your peers. So at this point, you may be asking yourself, okay, well, how do I specialize? It starts by determining your playstyle. What do you want to do today? Are you going to be a trader, a smuggler, an assassin? Is there a void in your organization that needs filling? This is a decision you get to make and remake every single time you log in. Or, if you're like me, perhaps several times in a single play session. Once you know what you want to do, it's time to start hunting for the right gear. Specialized items are not intended to be found in any old store. You're going to have to do the legwork. You'll have to align with some of those guilds and factions that JJ and Benoit just talked about in the previous presentation. You'll have to explore the galaxy, find hidden stashes, and rare opportunities for better gear. Specialized items are meant for those who are willing to put in the work to exceed at your role. And once you've done all that, it's about selecting the right combination of armor and clothing. Yes, I said it. Mixing clothing and armor is built into the very fabric of this new system.
Oh,
Can
nice.
oh yeah.
Nice.
All right.
It's weird.
All right. I know you guys have wanted this for a long time, so yeah, great. And to tell you even more about this new system that we do call Starware, please welcome to the stage lead character technical artist Armando Lira. Watch it, bro.
Thank you so much, Nick. Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here presenting for the first time. How cool are specializations? We are sure you'll enjoy finding the best combinations for your playstyle. And for that, we had to create a system that gave you all the freedom that you deserve. It's something that I am sure you've all been waiting for so long. Starware. So if you're... Are you tired of choosing between clothing or armor? Yeah. So finally, you'll be able to mix and match. Starware is fashion that meets purpose. As specializations provide you with a multitude of stats to combine, you'll also be able to choose the visual style that you want.
Nice.
But beware, with added options also comes the responsibility of choosing the right combination for the right situation. Let's look at some of the possibilities that Starware will be able to provide you.
Hello. Wow, that's so cool.
As you all saw, the possibilities are huge. Like, have you ever wanted to put on a jacket on top of an undersuit? Yeah. How about an armor on top of a sleeveless shirt? Or even without no shirt at all? Like backpacks on clothing? Yeah. So Starware allows more customization than ever. But be careful, certain gameplay implications will still be true. You won't be able to go into the vacuum of space without a space-worthy undersuit and helmet. And in certain planets, you'll need a breathable mask or helmet to survive. I hope you guys are excited about this as much as we are, and we've heard what you all want, and we're making a system to bring it all to you. But that is enough about Starware for now. Let's go back with Nick and learn more about how Starware and specializations will improve your gameplay.
Well done, bro. All right. Thank you, Armando. Some nice dancing as well, by the way. So as you can see, the Starware system is about adding function to fashion. We are still Star Citizen, one of the best-looking video games out there, but we're always going to make sure that you look your best, but now with added purpose. So to recap, we're going to go through adding intent and purpose to all our clothing and armor sets. As designers, we really want the visuals to match the stats that our great character art team have made. So for example, if a pair of pants look particularly armored, chances are they'll have modest damage mitigation to match. Many armors will be specialized for distinct use cases. Currently, we realize right now bigger is generally better when it comes to FPS armor, and we know that shouldn't always necessarily be the case. There will be some armors that won't have EVA thrusters built into the suit, so you lose EVA capability. Some armors won't even be space-worthy. Specializations means getting better at certain things at the cost of attributes and others. This is about compelling you, the player, to make tactical decisions for every situation you may find yourself in. So now let's look at some practical use cases for the Starware system. Whilst all our armors are becoming specialized, let's take a look at a select few, which I will add are some of my favorites. We are going to assemble a team to tackle one of Star Citizen's most anticipated adversaries that you'll get to meet later on. Let's meet our first specialization. All right, so we have our leader. Let's get into it. So the player's choice of clothing will be crucial in a way it hasn't been before. With magnetic plates built into many clothing items, players can now holster both primary and secondary weapons. However, in the near future, there will be locations in SC where armor and weapons are strictly prohibited. Clothing allows the player the opportunity to access these restricted areas without needing to change. And some clothing will even allow the player to conceal smaller weapons from security, should the need arise. Another new addition we're going to be introducing is flight penalties based on the mass and size of your armor and clothing. You'll still be able to fly in medium and heavy armor, but you're restricting the precision of your control. If you're in clothes like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted. Now, if we look at an overview, we've cherry-picked 6 generalized stats to give you like a high-level understanding of how various clothing and armors we specialized. This is by no means a comprehensive list of everything we have available to us. It's just a little, yeah. So here you can see the leader has low protection compared to a full suit of armor and no EVA capability, for obvious reasons, but has great movement, low emissions, allowing them to blend into bustling cities and stations. The leader really excels at freedom of movement here. Let's meet our next members.
Oh, glasses in my suit, what the hell? Oh, marine suit, what? Wow.
Okay. So here we have our pilot. If you remember, back in 3.23, we introduced our first specialized helmet visor, the combat visor. This introduced the dynamic crosshair and all the magazine information on your HUD. This is our pilot visor, which allows the wearer to link with their ship and cast MFDs directly into their visor. This provides the pilot with all the essential data like ship health and shields, so no longer will the pilot need to break concentration during an intense situation to look down at their MFDs. Again, like the leader in this situation, there'll be no penalties to flight, plus with added G-force resistance, the wearer will be able to get the most from out of their ship. So if we look at the pilot stats, they have fantastic mobility. Like I mentioned, great G-force resistance for when combat takes them to the limit of human endurance. And finally, this suit comes with the best EVA capability in its class for when remaining in your ship is no longer an option. Here's another variant in our flight suit class, the racing flight suit. This is what our driver will be wearing. This suit, unlike the pilot flight suit, has features which are more streamlined, which allows it to have truly unmatched G-force resistance for the hardest corners on the most challenging of racetracks. It also offers great oxygen capacity and thermal protection for those planets with hostile environments. So as you can see, this flight suit excels at G-force resistance, but it loses its protection and has much weaker EVA capability. Let's meet our next team members.
What the?
Okay. Here's our tank, who is wearing our heavy combat armor. Combat armor is similar to what you're used to, only we're specializing it even more for combat. So what does this mean? We want our wearers of heavy combat armor to feel like walking tanks. The armor should provide fantastic coverage to limit any weak points they may have, and actually have a greater damage mitigation than what players are currently used to. Due to its mass, the armor will also feature the strongest resistance to force reactions, so that's flinch, stagger, and knockdowns, which brings me on to a full suit feature. If the player is wearing a full set of heavy combat armor, they will not be able to be knocked down by small arms fire. Thank you. However, as you can see here, for all that protection, coverage, and stability, we have some major trade-offs. You're going to lose your mobility, stamina will run out much quicker, and your movement speed is severely reduced. The majority of combat armors will also lose built-in EVA thrusters, meaning you're going to have to add additional weight to be wearing an EVA pack. Next up, we have our tracker in the heavy hunter armor. This is another suit in our heavy armor class. However, this one is aimed at less at pure combat and more about hunting its prey. This is all the armor for you bounty hunters out there. The heavy hunter armor has the most powerful active scan for hunting their targets. Its scanner outshines all others in locating infrared and electromagnetic emissions, perfect for locating those targets trying to lay low, whether that be human or creature alike. Whilst it's still classed as heavy armor, it does mix things up, so it'll have slightly faster movement and mobility, but it loses the protection. You'll also be able to store more devices like deployables and throwables. So as we compare the stats, whilst not as tough as our combat armor, it does gain an increase in mobility, and while its scanner is the best of the best, the armor is also incredibly noisy and emits powerful emissions. So while you may find your target with ease, there's a good chance that they'll know you're coming for them. Next up, let's look at our last additions to the team. I can tell who the fan favorite is there. Yeah. So we have our sniper, who is wearing our light stealth armor. Here is another example of a full suit feature. If the wearer has all pieces equipped, so that's helmet, core, arms, and legs, due to its mass and the suit's material, their missions will run so low that they will be undetectable on radar. With it being light armor, it also has a great level of mobility and traversal speeds, meaning should the wearer be spotted, they can quickly escape or reposition with ease. And remember, with it being light armor, no flight restrictions. So with the best stealth and fantastic speed, it's a must for any players looking to assassinate, infiltrate, or in this case, be a sniper. However, the protection provided is minimal. You don't want to be engaging in a full-on firefight in this suit. And just to reiterate, folks, as well, like great specialized armors like this one and all the ones that you've seen today, you're going to have to put the work in to have these at your disposal. And finally, surrounding our group, we have that one friend. We've all played MMOs, right? We all know that one friend. That friend's me. No. They ignore all the rules and the strategy. They can only play for 30 minutes a week. They might prefer a bit of glint on their sniper scopes. Who knows? Well, here at CIG, we also support that friend, so they're on the roster too. So, we have our group. What do you guys think? Were you fun?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So let's see what they face ahead and if they're up for the challenge. And to talk to you about that challenge, please welcome to the stage Senior System Designer, Zach Priest. You've been great. Thank you.
Oh, luckily this thing's only got 2 buttons. So, hello, I'm Zach Priest. I do a variety of things at CIG, but thank you, the people at the front. I do a variety of things at CIG, but I'm mostly a designer who works with AI and guns. So most of you will be wondering, what could the next part of the presentation be about? Well, let's get stuck in. Star Citizen, at its heart, is about community. From our relationship with players to the big dynamic events that citizens work together to complete. We love group content and missions that allow players to work together to achieve a goal. But for our group specifically, you do have to wonder, well, now our crew is assembled, and in a universe as big as Star Citizen, who knows what trouble they could run into? So let's find out what they're going to face. Now, they're heading to the planet Monarchs, which is in the Pyro system. So without further ado, let's find out what they're up to.
Yo, what is that? What? No way! No way! The worm! Americans! La, but you say that you're a pyro! La! No way! What the fuck? That's worm! What? Oh my god! La, what the fuck? This is so cool! You're actually fighting it! Okay, it does shoot. والله لا تبع يا ولاد خرب What the hell? تاخذ تكستراكت من النار. Oh, that's so cool. Nice, nice.
Oh, that was cathartic. Absolute cinema as far as I'm concerned. The teams at CIG have worked so incredibly hard to get to the point where what we just showed you was no tricks, no hacks, just gameplay of the Valakar.
Valakar,
I love you too, Groncy. I want to give a huge thank you to all the people who put in a lot of work to get to the point where what we just showed you is gameplay. As you can imagine, all of that is work in progress. We have some good polishing to do on it, and we didn't want to hold it off. We just wanted to give you an honest view of where we are. That was from a build last week, so... With that said, monster hunting is coming to Star Citizen. And the best part, we're starting off this epic series of fights with the infamous Valakar, who some of you may remember from 2016. This absolute monster of a creature is 300 meters long and sees your light fighters just as puny little ants. You're going to need to assemble your quickest and most nimble pilots to dodge the Valakar's ranged attacks, as well as your fastest drivers to bait out the Valakar from the surface, as it's the only way to bring this mighty creature out of the ground is by disturbing the surface with a ground vehicle. But how does the Valakar stack up to our crew? Well, unfortunately, the Valakar stats don't really fit on the screen due to being so powerful. But for some context, it's around 150 times harder to kill than an Aegis Avenger Titan. But to be fair, it's most likely to kill you. So how does it do that? Well, the deadly Valakar has a variety of ways of killing possible threats. So for a high-level overview of the fight, It regurgitates rock-hard sand that has been compressed inside the Valakar and uses it as a projectile to target foes. But if something's a bit too close for comfort in the sky, it uses its ginormous body to swipe ships out the way. Anything on the ground that it sees as a threat will have to contend with its bite or its deadly slam. So, little bit fun bit of information. As the Valakar becomes more injured, it will retreat back into the planet's surface, and you'll need to make sure that your ground vehicles stay alive or have backups to bait out the creature again, as well as keeping it interested. So, the big question, in a game like ours, how are we going to communicate the health of this creature? Well, things being physicalized is at the heart of Star Citizen. And we know how much of a large fight the Apex Valakar is, and we need to communicate that in a diegetic way. So you'll see here the Valakar's health from 100% to 1%. You'll see its skin getting more battered and bruised as the fight progresses, to give you an idea of where you are and how close you are. So the nice thing about this, it communicates the Valakar's health without needing any UI or health bars, and just purely keeps you immersed in the experience. So, number one question, why do you want to kill the Valakar? Well, because it's fun, but I know you sweaty gamers, so it's got loot, also known as harvestables. The Valakar has two very valuable harvestables. Firstly are its pearls. You'll need to mine growths on a variety of locations of Valakar to reveal these pearls. And once you've destroyed the growth skin, you'll see disgusting squidgy innards. But next is its big apex teeth. These are within its mouth, and you'll need a very strong tractor beam to be able to yank these things out. And these harvestables will not all come out at the same quality. So you'll be able to learn more about that and how harvestables are going to be used tomorrow in crafting your home. So a fun thing here is you'll see the character is standing within the Valakar's mouth as well. So when it dies, it keeps its collision, meaning that you can climb on it, land ships on it, and it's essentially your playground. But this really shows how big it is. But how big is it really? Well, fun bit of information. When we first made the collision for this model, Star Engine actually gave us an error saying, like, no living thing needs to be this big. You've accidentally added an extra 0 onto the size. But to give you an idea of the sheer ridiculous scale of this monster, you'll see here an Idris. Anyone who's done Xenothreat knows how big the Idris is. You feel like an ant when you're in the Idris, and this makes the Idris look small. There's also an Aegis Avenger Titan here as well, but if you look even closer, there's actually a Copion in this image. I'll give you a second to try and spot it. There it is. So well done to anyone who spotted it. So it's big. So for some fun numbers, it's 250 Copions long, 47 Aegis Avenger Titans long, and for our American friends, that's about 3.5 football fields. But lucky for our Copion friends, the Valakar actually comes in different sizes. So you'll be familiar with the variants we've done before with our Quasi-Grazers and our Copions. They're in different biomes and they have different aesthetics. But moving on, we want to also introduce different creature sizes. So these sizes will have unique behaviors, animation, audio, and harvestables associated to each size. So for our first size, we have the juvenile. These juveniles will respond to stimulus, such as noisy footsteps and loud mining beams. This will cause them to burst out the ground and attack anyone who's disturbing them. And you'll find these in caves near valuable harvestables and minerals. So for our next size, adults. The adult Valakars know not to pick fights and tend to remain to themselves. However, if you exterminate too many juvenile Valakars, this will cause adults to show up, which are 3 times larger and a lot more angry. Creature sizes are great because they allow us to create varied experiences as well as show you how creatures grow and evolve in the environments they live in and grow up in. Beyond that, we have our Apex, which has the most valuable harvestables and the most deadly attacks. It's also the biggest living thing in the verse, so far. So, in summary, monster hunting is coming. This is the first in a large series of Apex creatures that you need to gather your crew together to take down this mighty beast. You need a diverse lineup of ships, ground vehicles, loadouts, and skill sets to take out the Apex Valakar. Everyone at CIG is incredibly excited to get the Valakar into your hands, and we hope it shows that we're not only doubling down on creatures, we're also committed to bringing you gameplay experiences that only a game of our scale can provide. But that's all for the Valakar, for this Valakar. Let's take a look at some other fauna. Now, the Valakar is very exciting, but I also want to share with you the bigger picture for creatures. So let's start with some Valakar variants. Variants so far have typically just had alterations to their loot and appearance. However, we want to go further with what variants can be. For example, what if the Valakar evolved and grew in a swamp environment instead of a desert planet? Or if a Valakar never made it to the surface and only lived in drowned caves? These are the kind of questions that make sci-fi one of the best mediums. And I can hear the questions already. What does an adult cave Valakar look like? What does an apex quasi-grazer look like? Well, it's these questions that get everyone excited that works on creatures to give you a glimpse into the big picture. All of these variances and differences and new creatures make up what we call our fauna matrix. The fauna matrix is basically our creature encyclopedia. So these concepts should show you that we want to get more weird and wonderful with our creatures. We've started off with more traditional animal references like dogs and birds and cows. But now we're in a position to create the things that we love about sci-fi, which is the weird and the unknown. So looking at where we're going, all of our creatures have been defined for the road to 1.0. We've ensured we've got a rich, diverse, distinct roster of creatures to make each of our planets feel special. As well, as considering the unique elements of various planets, ensuring that they're populated with appropriate creatures. We've been designing creatures in mind so that planets' ecosystems influence their behaviors, designs, aesthetics, and harvestables. With that being said, I would like to give you a sneak peek at our fauna matrix. That's all from me. I'm very happy to be bringing the Valakar to all of our backers. It's really like nothing else you've played before. I'll leave you with this last video. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, everybody.
We have some amazing creatures, but we also have some even more amazing ships. Let's give it up really quick again for that Dress to Kill panel. That was amazing. Everyone there did an awesome job. Now, we are back here at Polakus Workshop. We got cut off for time earlier, so I want to give these guys their due. As you can see, they are makers of awesome Star Citizen miniatures. I mean, just look at the Retaliator, look at the Razor, look at all the Hornets. We have some awesome miniatures here, hand-painted, hand-created by these guys. These are works of art, and if you guys haven't come over to the Polakus Workshop booth yet, if you're at CitizenCon, come check them out. And I'm here with the people behind Polakus Workshop. Let's ask them a couple questions. How's it going, guys? How's your CitizenCon so far? Good?
Amazing.
Amazing, awesome. So my first question is, how long have you been making models? How long have you been making miniatures?
¿De cuándo estás haciendo miniaturas?
Llevo haciendo las miniaturas alrededor de 3 años.
Around 3 years ago, we start to do the designs and the 3D printing.
So 3 years ago, you started making models, and were you always making Star Citizen models? Or if not, what made you want to make Star Citizen models first?
¿Directamente con los modelos Star Citizen o estuviste primero haciendo otras cosas?
Desde el principio, empezar el modelaje 3D por las naves de Star Citizen.
He started in this hobby because Star Citizen, he loved the design of the ships, and then start to working on designing, on blending and printing.
Do not let Ben Curtis or John Crew hear you say that. They will never get over their egos. Now, these guys are so great, but how long do they take to make? I mean, how long does it take to, just these works of art that I'm looking at, how long is that process?
¿Cómo es el proceso y cuánto te lleva más o menos hacer?
El proceso primero es el modelaje 3D de las naves, después se imprimen, después se pintan. Y depende de la nave. Esta, por ejemplo, alrededor de 2 semanas o 3.
The first step is prepare the modeling for the printing. They need to do the design, but he is working to have a proper printing. Then after put on the print, assemble, and then working on the paint. Then depend of the paint that he's using is taking more or less. But for example, this one here, this Redeemer is taking around 2 weeks to have the full complete process.
Sorry, I moved the mic away. That is 2 weeks from concepting to creating that fully painted. Fully painted is 2 weeks. That's a lot quicker than I would have expected. That still is time. But that's honestly amazing that it only took 2 weeks. And finally, my last little question for you guys. Obviously, I do minis, I do D&D stuff, but nothing to this scale. What is your advice for people who are just looking to get into hobbies like this? What would some good advice for people who are just starting out?
¿Cuál sería tu consejo para alguien que se quiere iniciar en la impresión de modelos 3D?
Actualmente las impresoras 3D son mucho más baratas que lo que eran antaño, entonces yo creo que simplemente comprarse una impresora y buscar modelos para poder imprimir y equivocarte, volverte a equivocar y volverte a equivocar hasta que te salga bien.
Just to say that now is more easy than before because the price of the printers go down a lot. Then after that, just start to unload models. I start to printing and get mistake, broken models, get mistake, broken models, and now you'll be learning process till you start to be able to make nice pieces like that one.
So try again, and eventually you too will be able to make models just as good as Polakis Workshop. Thank you guys so much. It was awesome to have you guys here. I'm going to cut it over to my good friend Sam, who was at the Xi'an Workshop. Let's get a little out of this world and see what she has right here. Sam, over to you.
Hi again, everyone. I'm over here at the Xi'an booth, and I'm going to introduce you to a very famous guy in the Star Citizen scene. Been around for a while. Would you mind introducing yourself and a little bit of your background with the game?
Okay. Shaiswan is then Chris the Hero Noah. This was Xi'an for, hi, I'm Chris Hero. And in my booth, I translate the names of the attendees into Xi'an and write it with a calligraphy brush on special calligraphy paper, and for everybody free to collect, free of charge.
Well, that's amazing. I can see that as the day has gone up, you've kind of done a few more different kind of calligraphy on the wall, and I can't wait to see this kind of grow as the convention goes. So how would you say that a beginner could kind of get started with learning an alien language?
I think the easiest way to learn Xi'an is as a primer to watch the videos Britton Watkins made. These are available on the Star Citizen or Star Citizen YouTube channel. And then after this, we have our Xi'an Linguistic Institute. You can learn the language. We have experts even for Banu and other languages, and you can find everything you need, every tools and learning materials we created. Yeah, so this is the way to go.
Amazing. So, yeah, you mentioned that you've got a few folks kind of coming to your booth. You're doing a little calligraphy for them. Are you just mostly doing people's names? What kinds of things are you doing with your calligraphy?
Yeah, just the people's names. Sometimes, I think mostly phonetic translations. So because the alphabets doesn't match, there's no F in Xi'an, for example. They do have a little bit translations, but yeah, it's very interesting, and I think it's a very cool service for the community for me.
Absolutely. Well, it's an absolute honor to have you here yet again at CitizenCon, and I hope we'll catch you at more CitizenCons going forward. I'll pass you back over to Dan, who is going to go check out one of our other community booths. Dan?
Thank you so much, Sam. Now, guys, it's been a long week. I think most of us here could use a drink, and no one does drinks better than Bar Citizen International. Now, you guys have been killing it this week. I don't know if you guys have been here in Manchester this whole week. There's been a Bar Citizen every single night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. You guys went all out. You had an entire city block takeover on New Wakefield Street. I was there. It was massive. How many people were there again?
We had about 2,600 people, which is 4 times larger than what we had in LA last year. So it's big.
So for those who didn't hear, 2,600 people, 4 times larger than the Bar Citizen they had in LA last year, which I was at that as well, was massive. So you guys have been killing it with Bar Citizen International. But what are Bar Citizens? For people who maybe don't know, what is a Bar Citizen?
Yeah, so it's really any event that you want to go to, anything can be considered a bar citizen. If you got 3 or 4 people with pizza and you're just talking about the game, that is a bar citizen. Now, because of all the great things that are coming out in the game coming up and we get to see, we assume that these are going to grow and they're going to become massive. So Bar Citizen International was put together to help coordinators, either veteran, need assistance, or brand new people. And it's been great because the number of people that are here that are like, I want to run one of these. Well, we've got you.
Fantastic. I know you guys have, registered events. Obviously, people can maybe go rogue and do their own. But how many registered Bar Citizen events have you guys had in the entirety of Bar Citizen International?
Yeah, so we have about 600 events that have established over the last 10 years. So you can see about 60 of these, and then you guys go through with your Bar Citizen World Tour. But you're right, there are many of these that just happen naturally. And so it's really great to see everyone so excited about this. And for those citizens that are here that are like, all right, you're saying this, I'd really like to go. Well, we built some stuff. I mean, obviously we built a bar for you. But for any of these citizens here, you can quickly just join these Discords and find all those great experiences that we had last night. You can find it locally. So we're really excited to see how this grows, and we can't wait to do this again.
Well, we are always excited to be at a Bar Citizen. If you guys haven't been to one yet, they are fantastic. And yeah, I guess last question is, what's next for Bar Citizen International?
Well, what's next for us is working with all the coordinators to figure out that next step. We want to find ways of kind of creating that concierge program for the coordinators that have been doing this for 5 to 10 years because they put a lot of effort into this. And at the same time, how do we streamline this for new people that just want to raise their hand and say, I'd like to do this? So.
Awesome. Well, as a community producer, I can't thank you guys enough. Nick, good seeing you again, bumping into you yet again here at CitizenCon. I think that, unfortunately, is it for us here at CitizenCon today. Don't worry, don't cry. I see the tears forming. Be brave and be strong. We will be back tomorrow. But Sam, any last words from you?
Yeah, it's just been such an honor to talk with all of the community this year, and I can't wait to show you guys some more tomorrow. So make sure that you tune in then.
Yeah, and thank you once again to our sponsors, Versa. Thank you again to VKB. Thank you again to Scan Computers. We could not have had CitizenCon without you guys. Thank you to Toby for your cosplay competition. You guys have helped make the CitizenCon the best one yet. And I think that's it for us. So from Dan and Sam here on the show floor, we'll see you guys again tomorrow. We have one more panel before the very mysterious redacted at the end of the show. Let's head over to that panel, shall we? Thanks again, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Okay. I've almost got full mobility back. You know, when they tell you Chris Roberts isn't ready, go take a run. Don't take it literally. All right. Find also, quite frankly, if I may say so, find someone that looks at you the way that Scrap from Bar Citizen International looks at someone doing a CitizenCon interview. That was just so intense the whole time. All right. As they said, as Dan and Sam said, we have one more presentation left. It's a big one. Beyond Pyro. We're looking at what's next beyond our next star system, which just went to PTU, yeah? Viva Cati? All right. I've been in this world for so long. So please welcome to the stage one of my favorite people at CIG, and I don't say that lightly. A man whose last name took me 3 years to learn to pronounce correctly, and I'm still not entirely certain I did it. Please welcome to the stage Star Citizen's creative director, Mr. Ian Leyland. Hello, everybody. Did I say it wrong? I did.
Yeah, you
okay. I did. I still didn't get it.
One day. Thanks, Jared. Hello, everyone. Wonderful to see you all. Thank you for coming out. Did you guys see that worm? Really cool. All right. So right now, it's all hands on deck to make 4.0 the best experience for you. Richer locations, deeper gameplay, better experiences. All with completely new and wonderful music from Pedro, which will create an evocative and emotional backdrop. Rich and I have been working directly with Pedro for many months now. Beautiful music awaits. But today, I'm going to talk to you about what's beyond Pyro. So let's strap in and we'll take a look. My name's Ian. I'm the creative director for Star Citizen. And let's start by looking up into the stars and saying hello to an old friend.
Is this Grim Hex?
Awesome. All right. So this is Nix system.
Okay.
Nix was discovered in 2582 by Carl Larry during the height of the newly formed United Empire of Earth's territorial expansion. Its most defining feature, and the source of its name, is the sprawling black dust cloud that occupies most of the system. The dust cloud severely hampers visibility and can interfere with your ship's scanners. This system does, however, border with Vandal space. So, visitors are being advised there are Vandal raiding parties hitting locations throughout the system. But despite this, a small community has formed in the system, and this is on an asteroid in the belt between Nix 2 and Nix 3. And this asteroid is called Delamar.
Delamar.
And here it is, hidden deep in the Glacium Ring. But actually, Delamar should be, and now is, an actual asteroid. And as it's an asteroid, the space is a zero geolocation, giving a unique identity for a landing zone. So let's take a closer look at the main POI on Delamar.
Nice. They kept the same feeling. Wow, that's so cool.
All right. Awesome. Awesome. So, for all that remember, it's awesome to be able to say, welcome back to Levski.
Yeah. Levski, yeah.
And for new players, let me tell you why it's a cool place. This used to be an old mining facility, which was mothballed and then abandoned. There is an internal network of abandoned tunnels and mine shafts, and these are now populated with refugees, fugitives, and criminals. This is also the home to the People's Alliance, who you'll be doing some work for. And as Levski was made some time back, it needed to be updated so that it can fit into current gameplay features and systems and mission loops. So let's take a look at the first update, and that is to the hangars and landing services.
Run the goal. Oh, babe. Oh my god! Oh my god, the MM! Yeah, nice. The outsies in the ships.
Release the Kraken! All right, cool. So Levski is still perched over the borehole, but now has a suite of hangars that are arrayed around and inside the borehole. We're also increasing the quantity of hangars. This is to meet the ever-expanding players per server to remove hangar wait times. And this pass will be done for all landing zones in the game right now. And for players that don't want to store their ship, docking services will be added high upon the cliff walls. Now, other than hangars and docking services, there are other ways to enter the location, which are also getting new updates. Let's take a look.
Oh god, I remember this area. This is so cool. Whoa! People can fly. What the? Landing pads.
All right, awesome. So around the main entrance, there's still gravity plating for on-foot access. And these will lead to open landing pads for quick drop-off and pickup. And we're also adding access to gameplay areas for a variety of local missions and gameplay types. And as you saw in the video, there will be banks of exterior freight elevators. These can be used for quicker gameplay loops without requiring hangar services. Now, as this is a zero-G location, it also gives an opportunity for another type of specialist freight services. Let's take a look.
Oh, wow. Oh my god, this is so crazy. This is so crazy, seriously. C2. All C. Deveria tractor beam.
All right. So first off, now the borehole goes all the way through the asteroid, which is awesome to fly through. And down at the base of the asteroid, there will be banks of exterior zero-G freight elevators. These will be priority access for Hull Series ships. So for all the Hull Series folks, we got you covered.
Nice.
The same functionality is also coming to space stations in both Stanton and Pyro.
Nice.
But wait, there's a little bit more. Let's take a look. All right, cool. So, the external freight elevators will now have direct access to cargo decks to be able to quickly sell or pick up for the next run.
Okay.
So that concludes some of the exterior updates coming to Levski. But the interior is also getting some updates to bring them in line with current gameplay requirements. These will be spaces like cargo services, as we just saw, for hauling and supplies, and refinement centers, so you don't need to travel far to refine your ore. And we're updating the interior layout to provide better access to gameplay spaces. So to conclude, Nick's system will be the next system after Pyro. Yay! Delamar is now a physical asteroid with a zero-G play space. All right, not so much. And we're updating Levski to fit current gameplay mechanics and gameplay loops. And most importantly, we're adding local areas for gameplay content. Now, speaking of gameplay in landing zones, let's leave Levski for now. And let's jump to Rainy Arkop, which is missing the most gameplay spaces right now. So we're continuing the Building Interior initiative. We're adding additional districts to landing zones, which are gameplay focused. These gameplay areas will interweave with the landing zone, but ultimately will be independent. So for Area 18, let me introduce you to the Municipal Works. And this will be split into two locations. The actual Municipal Works, which will be an open world sandbox area for all players, and the lower Municipal Works, known locally as the Depths, which will comprise of several instanced levels. So, how do I get to the Municipal Works? The Municipal Works is accessible in multiple places in Area 18. Some will be available to everyone, and some you'll need to unlock with mission progression. As an example, here's a map of Area 18 Central. And as I said, there'll be various access points throughout the landing zone, and some will be easier to access than others. These access points will lead to transit systems, taking you deep into the underbelly, eventually reaching the Municipal Works. And the Municipal Works will have spaces like maintenance, filtration, and the sewer network.
Okay.
Which is what we're seeing here. It's a very exotic place. So down here, it's an open world sandbox for you and other players, very similar to contested zones in pyro stations. It's an area to do local missions, like exploration, repair, or even pest control. But the main purpose is provide access to the depths. And these will be instanced areas. So, what is an instance area? Well, an instance area works in the same way as an instanced hangar. And as the name says, it's a separate space for you and your group. But why do we want to do this? This gives us the ability to create tailored missions that will provide a mixture of content like combat or exploration or puzzle gameplay, and fundamentally allows us to design challenging, meaningful content. All right, so let me illustrate, going over here, how the depths will be split by levels. Now, stay with me on this. We're going to rattle through it quick. So let's say you're in level B01. You're running a mission, you're having a great time with the curated content I just mentioned. But down here, you'll have to do a variety of content over a period of time and over multiple play sessions. At the end of the mission, you'll find an access point, which will bring you back to the landing zone. And you'll do this loop multiple times with different mission content. After achieving the required amount of progression, your access level will be upgraded. So this time, you head down the access point elevator, and now it takes you all the way down to level B02, and you continue on with your journey. Now this is your new area with different mission content, new rewards, and a new access point back to the LZ. The same as B01, you'll do this loop multiple times. And you guessed it, eventually you'll get access to level B03, and we continue deeper. With each level you unlock, you access new areas, for new mission loops. You'll access new, more challenging curated content and access better and better rewards. And this is what will form progression-based content. So as I just described, was a very condensed version of an actual play sessions. But this still describes the unique gameplay experience. Landing zone areas which will offer long-term gameplay progression. So that concludes this section on gameplay spaces for landing zone. We're excited to show you more. All right. So we're going to head away from Arcot for now. Let's look again into the stars, and now we're going to talk about solar systems. All right. Stanton system was the primary system in the game. It serves as a lawful system. It's protected by the UEE and will continue to be evolved and updated as we balance it with other systems. Then we have Pyro system, which we've spoken about at length, and this will serve as the primary unlawful system and is the perfect contrast to Stanton. Then, as we just saw, we have Nyx system. It's not a totally unsafe system like Pyro, but it depends on where you go, as it borders Vandal space. See that little bit of red? That's Vandal space right there. And the UEE does not protect this system. But we've got a little bit of space there, haven't we?
يا ماكدة يا طيرة يا ماكدة يا طيرة يا سميتة.
All right. I thought you were saying click system then. I'm like, I'm not sure about that one. All right. But we've got a bit of room at the bottom, so it would be a shame not to fill it in with something, right? So if we get a big cheer, we'll reveal the system. Are you ready? Very cool. Very cool. All right. Here it is. Oh, wait.
Oh, no.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. So let's take a sneak peek at system number 4. Here it is. Well, it's awesome, right? All right. No, in order to reveal the 4th system, let me take you on a little history lesson. And to do that, we're going to load up our old friend, the Galactopedia. So, we're back in the height of the human-Xi'an Cold War. Tensions were at breaking point. In 2542, Armistead Perry introduced a designation line for a group of 8 planetary systems that marked the borderlands between Xi'an and human-controlled space. The United Planets of Earth designated the systems as no-fly zones and utilizing them as military staging grounds. But one system on the Perry line offered a key strategic position for a potential invasion into the Xi'an Empire.
No.
And that system was Castra.
Okay.
But luckily for us, war was averted, the Perry-Line Pact was signed, which was a peace treaty between the now UEE and the Xi'an Empire, so the Cold War ended. The systems of the Perry-Line were divided up between humans and Xi'an, and fast forward back to present day, humans and the Xi'an enjoy a more prosperous relations, and everyone's cool. So, the 4th system will be
Castra.
Castra.
Okay.
History lesson's over, so let's jump in and find out a little bit more. First, we have Castor 1. Here it is. Castor 1 is a dead, coreless planet because it's too close to the sun to be terraformed for human habitation. So instead, the UEE Navy used Castor 1 for target practice, giving it the nickname of Bullseye. All the weapon testing throughout the Mesa era has left Bullseye covered in craters. And as you can see, it's super toxic, meaning ground exploration will require high-end environment suits. And as you saw in the weather demo, raging storms will create difficulty of access, giving risk and rewards for adventurers seeking unique minables and other items. Okay. Then we have Castor 2. The second planet from the sun is called Cascom. And this was the location of the military's staging area. Since the system was opened up to non-military settlement, it has since become a center of trade and tourism.
Ooh.
But is still considered an Earth-centric traditionalist system, which prizes citizenship above all else. Let's head down to the surface and check it out.
Oh.
Breaking through the clouds, you'll find a landscape full of Great Lakes and lush crimson forests. And as you saw in the CTG presentation, you can see how we're going to make these worlds with the new technology. High up on the mountain range, here at the highest peak, we can just make out the landing zone called Sherman.
Oh, sheesh. That's cool.
Which is fondly known by its residents as the island in the sky. Sherman is currently in pre-production, but I wanted to take the opportunity to show at least a sneak peek. Let's take a look.
Oh. Oh shit, that's huge, man.
Awesome. Let me take you through some of the areas of Sherman you just saw. The dominant landmark you see in the center is Spaceport Ulysses, named after the mountain Sherman is sitting on. This is where they staged the bombers that were on active rotation, waiting on any sign of any aggression. But now it's mostly a commercial spaceport. The Navy still has an airbase here, but it's a great place to see some big ships of the UEE. Commercial hangars are located inside the main trench. And even though this is a converted from a naval base, it still has an impressive military flavor. And speaking of military flavor, the original AOV-9s, anti-orbital cannons, are still present around the defensive walls, with most of them being decommissioned once it became a civilian city. Over to the left of the spaceport is the Sparrows Industrial Park, home to the sprawling cargo yards and manufacturing plants. The Sparrows has evolved from its days as a military supply and munitions depot into a bustling and modern industrial park. To the right side of the spaceport is Fort Riggs, which originally used to house the Army when Sherman was used as a staging point for a potential ground assault of the Xi'an Empire. Since the area was decommissioned, it has now been turned into a business park and is the governmental center of CASCOM, with the Governor's Council headquarters located here. As this base was built during the Mesa era, as humans were expanding their borders, this introduces a new architectural style for humans. Between the First Travarian War on one front and the Xi'an Cold War on the other, a new style called Henoism arose, with an emphasis on prefabrication and fortification. The designs were robust, durable against warfare and harsh enemies and harsh environments. And from all the locations we just saw, high up on the upper wall, you can see the commercial district, and specifically the Ansel shopping complex. Situated high above the sprawling main base below, the Ansel area originally served as the command center to Sherman's military operations. Inside this building, you'll find key areas like the Edge of Oblivion Bar, which was converted from the old officers' lounge. You'll also find Eckhart Security Headquarters, and you'll find the Mercenary Guild Headquarters. The other areas in the commercial district include the OPA Towers for habitation. That's the building on the left. And on the right, it's the Imperial Sherman Infirmary. There's also the Reeves Military Museum, where you can experience the history of humanity's military and the role that Castra has played in keeping the Empire safe. And finally, we have Overlook Point, which is the name of the vantage point and park situated in front of Central Command, which has the best view overlooking the landing zone. So that's a quick overview of some of the key areas of Sherman. I think it's devastatingly beautiful, with a rich history and unique mood and vibe. Awesome. So before I go, I want to thank you all. You are all awesome. All your passion, all your dedication make our lives as devs so much easier. And thanks to the CIG staff, who's the awesome work we're seeing in front of you. So thanks again. You are all amazing, passionate, and enabling us to dream big. Enjoy the rest of your show.
I'll just do that. All right.
That was awkward.
Okay. We're just about at that time. Before we get there, I do have a couple announcements. Now, this time last year, I did a couple announcements and it made a couple people upset. I used this opportunity to to call out a couple of people who bothered me. Mostly, I just want to say the ground floor and the first floor can be the same floor. No, we actually do have some actual honest-to-goodness announcements. Two of our partners, Scan Computer and VKB Joysticks, are doing giveaways for the people here exclusively. Now, there are numbers on the challenge coin that was in your swag bag. I'm getting this data as I'm here, so bear with me. So everybody should pull out your coins. Yeah. And I'm going to call out some numbers. And if your coin matches this number, you're going to find Dan. He's that guy over there with the bouncing thing. There we go. And he's going to give you your prize. So the first prize is for a set of VKB joysticks. The number we're looking for is 2272. 2272. Anybody? Yeah, all right, well, pass it along if you find 2272 VKB joysticks. A second set of VKB joysticks, 3404. 3404, you can head on over there and pick up your VKB joysticks. And the grand prize is a computer from Scan Computer, they're a vendor here, built into a Kovalex shipping box. So I'm going to give you 2 more seconds to pull out your challenge coins here. The winner of a Kovalex computer is challenge coin 413. 413? What? You get it? All right. Find Dan over there. If you don't claim your coins, hey, I'm just doing the thing. It just says the thing right there. I'm just reading the thing. All right, guys, it is approximately 5 o'clock. If you check your CitizenCon schedules that were handed to you inside your gift bags, at 5:30 is our special redacted portion of the show. That gives us approximately 30 minutes. So 30 minutes to stretch your legs, to get something to eat, to buy your last piece of swag, to check your challenge coins and go and collect your swag if you need to. And then at 5:30, I said it before, I'll say it again, don't let any force on this earth stop you from being in these seats. We'll see you at 5:30, everybody.
time has come. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Our command had confirmed that we don't just go around operations shutting down.
This is an SSN news flash, delivering the news you need. A statement issued by the UEE Naval High Command Office has revealed that a Vandal incursion into the has been stopped. Newsflash. More coverage.
What the hell? It all makes sense. Yeah, let's go, let's go. It's all gonna make sense. Yeah, I'm not demoing. I'm a demo level, I'm a sure. Hello, Chris.
I hope you like what you've seen so far in day one. Thank you very much. Anyway, so I hope you have liked what you've seen so far in day one of CitizenCon 2954. I think the future of Star Citizen is incredibly bright. We have a few more things to show and tell you about tomorrow. But let's talk about the Hornet in the room. Last year, we announced that Squadron 42 is feature complete. So what has the team been doing since? Given the scale and ambition of Squadron, our teams have been focused on polishing and optimizing to ensure the game meets the high standards that I have, the team has, and you guys have. This level of quality does take time, and we're committed to delivering an experience worthy of the journey. So I'm not sure if we've officially talked about gameplay time, but the story on a regular playthrough is anywhere to 30 to 40 hours in length, which is not inconsequential. So what does that look like? To show you, we thought it would be best to boot up the game and start at the beginning. Now, quite a few people want us to play a pre-recorded video where we played it safely offline, but that's not our style. So, we are going to play this live. I've played it through many times, flawlessly sorry. Occasionally, we've had a few, so if something happens, it happens. But fingers crossed. But what you're about to see is the prologue of Squadron 42's and you, the player's origin story. And you can think of it sort of like the opening of Gladiator, but even more epic. And I want to remind everyone that we are still polishing and optimizing. So what you're about to see in here is still work in progress and will continue to be improved. But I hope you agree it is shaping up to be something special. So to take us on this live journey, I would like to bring Richard Tyra, Senior Game Director, to the stage to play the game.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Rich. It's in your hands.
Absolutely. Hello, CitizenCon. So, my name's Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Squadron 42 in Star Citizen. And I think we've got a little bit to play, so who wants to start? Should we go? Okay. So as Chris says, this is going to be playing it as a natural playthrough with, hopefully we don't run into any issues, but we'll go from there. And this, what you're seeing here, is the Combat Pilot Training application form that we're going to submit for your application. But once we get into the game, I'll kind of be quiet and just let the game speak for itself.
Oh, Henry, come in. Oh my god.
So should we go rookie? No, Legatus? Which one? Yeah, let's do it.
What?
So you will be able to fully customize your character further into the game. But in the prologue, this is how you select it.
I assumed you talk to all rookies that way.
I assumed you talk to all the rookies that way.
Should we go?
Yeah, Squadron.
Archangel, this is Gregary. Come back, Gregary. Redirect to sector, 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking. Copy that. On the way.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side of the jump got twigged and went dark. The word is it might be that clan that we've been battling with. Guess that last fight didn't scare them off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know. I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe.
never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, nice transition.
And before we move on, yes, this is a live demo, and no, it won't crash. Well, we hope so.
Why are we sitting here? Bandulon's stupid. If they know we know, they would have hit us by now.
Hey, they can take as much time as they want. Not only they wait, more of a chance for 42s to get there.
Well, they can hit whenever.
Hey, there you are.
Hey.
Where's your helmet?
Can't gun without it.
Come on.
Rookie mistake.
I gotta get to my turret.
Got to go up.
Jacobs told me the Vandal tried to board ships, and I haven't been able to sleep since.
I heard we aren't getting any reinforcements.
Right? We've been getting tuned up for weeks.
It's this Polo Initiative horse shit. High Command's been freaking out about having to make cuts, so everybody's taking hits. Winslow and the Banshee told me they got denied on extra ammo for their main gun.
Almost like the suits on Earth 1 an attack.
Get your shit obliged, you know. Let a couple of bombers slip over.
Have you heard about this show, Lost Squad?
Are they seriously doing another show about the fall of Caliban?
Supposedly out next year.
Okay? Take him to Lake Perrin. He's old enough. And teach him what I taught you. And do me a favor. Help your mom.
Wow. Acela sekans dans cette île. Bra job.
Hey. All set? Hey, you get any sleep last night? Yeah, you need it.
It's so good. Top-notch cinematic gameplay.
Oh, bad news. I heard Goofy was assigned to your rig for his last shift, so brace yourself. Your controls are gonna be screwed.
This is Captain McLaren. CitizenCon upgraded to orange. All reserve personnel get to your stations.
Looks like this could be it. Hey, good luck. See you up there.
You got it.
God damn it, Goofy, get the hell out of there! So glad you could join us. I want you calibrated and ready to fire in 5, here?
Ooh.
I don't know how the hell Goofy uses this thing with those settings. I'm just gonna do a full reset so you can get operational. Just follow the on-screen instructions for the calibration program. Stand by. We'll start with tracking. Since we're out here hunting a Vandal clan, I'll load up one of their ships for you to follow. Alright. Should be all set for controlling your turret. Next up, we'll test your firing mechanics. The system projects simulated rounds, so don't worry about friendly fire. Looking good. Last thing we need to do is verify your targeting. I'll load up a larger Vandal ship for you to practice targeting specific parts of the enemy. Okay, your targeting is tracking solid, so that should do it. Checking the other gunners, and they seem to be up as well. Everyone up? Marcus, test your tilt. System says it's sticky.
Moving out, sir. Seems fine to me.
Good. All right, people. Eyes open, mouths shut.
Any idea what's happening, sir?
You covering your sector and staying off comms. At least that's what should be happening.
My money's still on the drill.
What'd I just say?
Sorry, sir. About time.
Shut.
Attention, Second Fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. For 6 months now, we have faced an elusive enemy determined to see the Empire burn and every human with it. There have been battles. There have been losses. Each and every one of you has proven yourself time and again, but today I must ask for more. Today, we fight one last battle. Advanced recon indicates the entire Vandal fleet has just entered the system. This means a King ship is headed our way.
Live demo.
Now, some of you will not survive today, but there will be no time for sorrow. We will have to grieve for them later. Because 2 billion souls in this system hang in the balance. There should be no illusions about what we were up against. In the history of the UEE, a kingship has entered human space a handful of times. Battle of Orion, Siege of Tiber, the fall of Caliban. But we are the Second Fleet. History will remember us differently. We will not have to worry about it being kind, because today we will define ourselves through our actions. We will not lose the system. We will not fall back. We will win because we have to. We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega?
I heard the line.
You can look them in the eye and say, I heard the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Bishop out.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
Oh my god.
Fleet, hold fire until my mark.
Oh my god, this is so cool.
Strip safeties from the Goliath. We'll have to hit him close. I want him live on launch.
Yeesh.
What are they waiting for?
Oh god. Oh god, what the fuck?
I thought it would be bigger.
So did I.
Oh shit, you're gonna see the other side. Oh my god. This is so good.
Ship's locked, sir. Fleet's ready.
Stand by.
Got one! I got one!
Good kill. Come on, people, keep up the pressure. Another way. Yeah, I see it. Bravo. Stay focused. Tracking enemy sides. Light him up. On! Woo! Target down. Good kill. Good job, people. Slow speed. Gauntlet, I've got bogeys I can't shake. I need a brush off. We got your pilot. All right, gunners. Protect our fighters. Tracking's on.
Kalas.
Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. It's alright. We're gonna keep going.
It's not about piloting the most cutting-edge ships, or traveling to the farthest reaches of the universe, forging connections that will last your entire life, fighting to protect your home and loved ones, or even learning what you're truly capable of. Those are just the perks.
Hey.
I'm Commander.
Ah, so let's go to back in the game.
Target down. Good kill. Good job, people. Slow. Gauntlet, I've got bogeys I can't shake. I need a brush off. We got your pilot. All right, gunners. Protect our fighters. Tracking's on. Can't hold out much longer. Damn it, gunners, take out those duels. Thanks for the help, Gauntlet. You got it. Get back in there. Will do.
August, shift your position back and drift 8 degrees off x-axis. That should bring that Moiler into your field of fire. Corvus, redirect to fill the gap and take those gunboats up integrity. Scimitar, your turn to play bait.
shit.
Banshee. Push forward. Let's see how strong that line is. Raiden, you're their support.
Multiple impacts, sir. Could have been capital ship fire.
No, it's too focused. It's more like heavy fighters. Do we have a line on them?
Turrets have been taken out, sir.
Gauntlet! Come in! We need you to sweep up some fighters on us.
On it, sir. Get us in close.
Aye, sir.
You're up, turret gunners. We're guarding Bishop here. Make me proud.
You heard the captain? I want those dual ships fried and crispy. Copy?
Aye, Captain. Copy that.
On it, sir.
Let them have it, gunners. It's us or them. Good kill. Those fighters knocked out Gary's shields. Enemy bombers are incoming. Take them out. Tracking target.
Oh, nice. Oh shit.
You see that? Oh god. Gotta take out that 100 small turrets. Got another turret! Focus, people. We got heavy fighters incoming. There's too many of them! Waste them. Keep up that fire! Get ready. Corvette's coming around. All gunners, get ready to target the main turret.
Marcus!
Is that Marcus? Can anybody see? Shut up and fire! Take out that main turret! One of my guns is down! All gunners, take out that turret. It's your only target right now. We won't survive another hit.
Turret down!
Tracking multiple inbound boarding spikes. Target and eliminate. We should get the hell out of here! I need help! I need help!
More Vandals slip fast. Made planet ball. Copy. Forward inventors onto the ground forces.
We've got your pad, Argus.
Appreciate it. We're really just doing some fire cleanup. We're taking multiple hits.
335. Break engagement and support.
Sir, briefing now. Charging main guns. Prepping for full spread. Any effect on target?
Countdown! Hostile captured. Bearing down craft. Copy that. Raiders inbound.
Oh god.
Firing again! Getting a weird power spike from the King ship.
Break, Argus! Break!
Argus is down! Repeat! Argus is down!
Need help! Critical structural damage! Multiple deaths!
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. A line for a run on the Kingship.
Weapons. I'm gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that Kingship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Krause? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir.
Wait, next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%.
Hear that, Shields?
Sir.
Navigation.
Sir.
Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Let's get their attention.
Shield generator's down, sir. Starboard 4 exposed. Sir.
Hit them again.
Waiting on you, Mr. Krause.
They're gonna kill us.
Getting power spikes. And charging up the main gun. I guess you got their attention.
All right, people. 5 seconds out to the fray. Warm up, Cal. You got point.
Copy that. Tally's on me.
Flight. Echo Flight. Prep for boost.
Say hi.
Full copy. Talk to the ready. Stand by for lock.
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Copy, Doug. You can cover. I can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Roger, take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters. Natal, Bug, you're at main. Then we run a double switchback.
Copy that. Tally's maintain vector.
I'll pay you a shot.
Got it. All echoes, stay on the ball.
Light him up. Look out.
Another crash.
No. You don't want that. Also. Must be. I don't know, I skipped past it.
What's that?
Do you want me to go to the error?
No, what was the crash?
I just skipped past it, because I just went straight
I
in.
just want to know, there's something wrong with this computer. It's literally, I literally played this last night full. Our QA played it, like 10 QA today played this beginning to end. Didn't have the crash. And this one is, it's so annoying. Well,
Should we go to
we
finale?
need to
Replay mid-battle again?
replay the battle game. You got to play
Let's do it.
You know
We're
the
gonna go
story.
again. We're gonna keep going.
I'm not doing that again. That is so freaking annoying.
More vandals slip fast. Made planetfall. Copy. Forward inventors onto the ground forces.
Got your pad, Argus.
Appreciate it. Could really just doing some fire cleanup. We're taking multiple hits.
335. Break engagement and support.
Sir, reading now. Charging main guns. Prepping for full spread. Any effect on target?
Countdown. Hostile captured. Bearing down, sir. Copy that. Radius inbound.
Firing again! Getting a weird power spike from the King ship.
Break, Argus, break!
Argus is down. Repeat. Argus is down.
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. Align for a run on the King ship.
Weapons. I'm gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that King ship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Krause? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir. Wait, next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%.
Hear that, Shields?
Sir.
Navigation.
Sir.
Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Let's get their attention.
Generator's down, sir. Starboard 4 exposed. Sir.
Hit them again.
Waiting on you, Mr. Krause.
They're gonna kill us.
Power spikes. And charging up the main gun. I guess you got their attention.
Out to the fray. Warm up, Cal. You got point.
Copy that. Tally's on me.
Echo flight, prep for boost.
Shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Rover, take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters. Babel, Bug, you're at main. If you run a double switchback.
Copy that. Charlie's maintain vector. I'll clear your shot.
Got it. All Echoes, stay on the ball.
Light him up.
Look out.
I don't think your ship's got the firepower to take that emitter out.
Might be right. Shield's open up.
Shields up!
Report! Shields are holding. Barely. That shot took out our main thrusters.
No, not us, them.
The Kingship shields are down.
Yes! We don't celebrate until they're dead.
Hit him! Hit him!
Sir, Kingship's headed right for us.
We evade?
Shot took out the main thruster, sir. I'm trying to get the auxiliaries online.
I'm getting a rapid increase in the Kingship's energy signature. Looks like they're trying to go critical.
Even if we dodge, we won't get clear of the blast range on auxiliary alone. Attention, fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. You are ordered to immediately withdraw. I repeat, withdraw. All non-essential personnel are dismissed to abandon ship. If you want to volunteer to stay, we could sure use your help. All right. Tell the gunners to concentrate all the power they've got. Maybe we can take out this Kingship before it hits us.
Yes, sir. Logistics. I want every ounce of juice pumped into those guns. If we don't need it to breathe or shoot, I don't want it.
Come on! Come on, come on!
Hey, hold the door!
Should have waited.
I need to find another way out of here.
All personnel evacuate ship.
Oh, we're gonna fight.
Alert. Fire detected. Room locking down. Repeat. Room locking down. Systems back online.
Back in the game.
Breach detected. Depressurizing.
Sealing suit.
And if you didn't already realize, I don't have an EVA pack.
Wait. And the Jamaican or not?
Warning, oxygen low.
Pressurizing. Pressurized. Gravity online.
Thought I was the only one left.
So did I.
Look, I need your help with something. Follow me.
We're running low on power, so we have to reroute our energy from our shields to our thrusters to change direction. Take a seat. I need you to steer the ship.
Time for your first piloting lesson.
We're setting a new course. For that.
Ready?
Shields
Go.
offline. Maneuvering systems online.
back to shields.
Shields?
Engaging autopilot.
Cordless! I ordered you to fall back!
Can't do that. You're dead in the water and we can help.
The situation's under control. You are to reverse.
You can't kill it. Not before it takes you out. We are boarded and burning. This is the only way.
Well, off your course. Get off that thing. Both of you clear?
Aye, aye.
Rachel!
I will. Damn it. We're about to have company. I've got to try and divert as much energy as I can to the engines. So I'm gonna need you to hold them off. Go now.
Yes, sir.
Disabling safeties on the reactor to boost some extra juice. Here they come! Another breach! Doing good.
System over.
Close.
Nice work. On me, quick!
Don't worry, don't worry.
Ejection system offline.
The escape pod door is jacked. I need you to manually override the door. Give me your rifle. I'll cover you.
Oh
What's the
no.
status on the door?
Jared, I think you can roll the next bit.
I do solemnly pledge, mind and body, I will defend the Empire with my life.
Your application to the Flight Academy has been reconsidered. Captain McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine. I'm safe.
We may be a small crew, but the work we do matters.
Welcome to the Stanton.
I'm Eugene Moro.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic.
This will be your new home.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
Sir?
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
You want me to learn your name? You live long enough for me to care.
Baron Actual, you're clear to launch.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
All right. All right. Well, we did say we were doing it live, risking the demo gods, and they brought their wrath down on us. I think Rich has to be our unluckiest playtester, because you're...
I didn't die, though.
You didn't die, that's true.
I didn't die.
You also got the bug where she doesn't give you the gun at the end.
This let me down, not
So anyway, I hope you all enjoyed the first gameplay reveal. There's a lot more that goes on in Squadron 42 after that, but that sort of sets up where you came from, and from there you go in to become a pilot and start serving on a smaller ship, the Stanton, which I think we've shown a little bit before. But you know, there's a lot more in the game than we were just showing there, and it also, I think, has been a lot more stable for me when I was playing these last few weeks. But you know, as I said at the start, we have 30 to 40 hours of gameplay, and you know, we're confident we can bring the quality of the game up to the level we've just shown and more without crashes. And both the team and I are confident of giving you this game in 2026. Obviously, you can see it's not going to be tomorrow because you saw a few crashes there. And speaking of the team, a lot of them are here tonight, and I'd like to extend a huge thanks to all of them for their hard work, love and passion and talent in crafting Squadron 42. So a lot of what you saw is all their love and passion. So thank you guys very much. You're amazing. And you know, thank you for supporting us and allowing us to build such a ambitious game. I mean, crashes aside, there's probably not another game that has a prologue that has that much action. I mean, mostly there aren't movies that have that much action in there. I mean, Gladiator has 3 minutes of battle and 8 minutes of prologue. This was like an hour of crazy stuff. So, but thank you for allowing us to build something so amazing, and I can't wait for you all to be able to play it in the moderate future. And with that, I'll bid you good night, and we'll see you tomorrow to talk about the future of the verse. And I think there's some amazing stuff that Rich and the team are going to show that are going to blow you away, and we're going to talk about how we're bringing Star Citizen home, as well as Squadron 42.
But the one thing that is good about the crashes, now we don't have to convince anybody that it definitely was live.
Yeah. But I am listening to Tyler and Jared next time, and we'll have a gameplay video. All right, thank you all, and good night.